active voices in sustainability today? Well, he met Paul Watson. And for those who don't know Paul, he's arguably one of the most legendary figures in the activist world. He's the founder of Sea Shepherd, an organization that tries to save the world. And Paul is known to passionately fight for his cause, no matter the consequences. He has tried to sink down whale killer boats, and he advocates in countries where the population doesn't have a voice. He has taken big risks for the good of the planet and has even been imprisoned for 5 times. So when a passionate activist meets a creative mind, the result is something like Parley.
So Parley is a wonderful platform because it brings all these different people together to talk about the problems, and they go into domains that have never been thought about. So as like Parley, we want to find these unexplored domains because we are in fact living at a tipping point that the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, and the weather we experience are always changing due to the misuse of the resources and inertia and pollution. So we are in fact the ones who have the responsibility to revert this situation, because the next generations will have to deal with all these problems actually happening, and every decision that they make will influence their future directly and in a short period of time. So the way we have been educating these problems wasn't efficient. Plan A didn't work.
So we are the Plan B. And the way the education system has been working today doesn't tackle world issues as a problem. So here's where we step in. So we are a university that creates solutions towards sustainability. And we know this is a hard task. So we think to achieve this, we have to start by breaking off the distance between the students. So inside our university, they live as a way to create a community and support each other. They work as a way to develop teamwork and realize how it works in the outside world. And they study as a way to gain tools to solve these problems. And we believe that with these 3 elements, our students can really create a strong community and work together and thrive.
Yeah. So how do we translate this into our identity? We know that we want to be loud and bold, and we want to have this suprematistic feeling. And for those who don't know, suprematism is art movement focused on geometric forms and limited colors, where the feeling is the primary factor in creation, instead of figurative approach. So, and that for us is important because we want our students to be passionate about what they are doing, because they are in fact creating solutions for a better world. So we attributed basic shapes for our 4 areas of study, being them architecture, design, engineering, and science. And we thought that if we align the emotional with rational, following the Newton laws of gravity and attraction, we can represent this community that is always together, working together, always touching each other in the same direction. And from these shapes, we created also a stencil typeface that allows our students to have their own voice, to take action anywhere. And we created a lowercase typeface because, as we believe in an equal community, we want a hierarchy-free typeface to accompany with it. This is our logo, Plan B University.
So now that we have all these elements, we're going to show you how we communicate. So our communication demands attention. And this is an example on how we create a poster, for example. The Plan B University always appears as a statement. We applied the laws of Newton, and where the shape and the type ends is where we decide to print a poster. So we created a series of posters that we call the call to action posters that represent this conscious community trying to engage with society and try to make them take action and take part of the movement as well. And we also created a series for the workshops, where in this case, both our students or people who are interested in the theme can come to our university and gain the tools so they can create solutions as well. Our graphic system also applies to the stationery. In this case, we use stamps. And this helps us create this kind of randomness that makes each piece unique and helps us a lot to reduce waste, as we only need to do the stamps themselves, and then we can print it manually, each thing that's necessary. We created more applications, like brochures, where only the type and a shape to each area of study is used. notebooks that are handed in to our students in the beginning of each year, bags that can be for anyone, so we want to have our statements present in them, t-shirts where it's either type or the four shapes together because we are a community, and when they wear that, we want them to represent that. And also workwear, because being work one of the most important parts of our university, we need them to work safely and as well being identified. And as we said, we want to be loud, we want to be bold, and we want our students to thrive. So we have to give them a space that allows them to do so. So this is a space for our university. It's composed of 2 buildings that are connected by a glass tunnel, making a direct link between the university building and the campus building. And maintaining our idea of using our shapes big and our type big, we can create a signage system that's very easily understood by our students or by any outside visitors, while still maintaining our tone of voice, and at the same time creating icons using our shapes.
So, since we are dealing with a digital audience, we need to be very present online. And because social media is an important part for our students' lives, ours has the purpose to motivate them to participate in, to take action, and at the same time to update them about upcoming events or workshops. So, for example, this would be an Instagram story about an engineering workshop, and these shapes show this engineering design community inside the same room, and this would be for a design workshop. So we created also a website that allows to everyone to get to know us, to know our missions and our goals. And this website is divided by six sections. The About section has a video, the university video that will be shown further in this presentation. The news, where you can get informed about this theme. The academics, where prospective students can get to know us and join the university. The showroom showcases the students' projects. Shop, where you can buy sustainable products. And the login page, with our shapes always moving. And this login page allows the students to go into their personal accounts and to edit or add their projects to the showroom. So, 2 of the most important parts of our website for our students is the news and the showroom. And they are all divided by this filter that has our 4 shapes. So everything is sorted depending the student that created or the project or the theme, the news theme. So this would be the news. And then on the other hand, the showroom. It's really important for our students because they can expose their projects that they are developing in the university. And this showroom actually functions as a crowdfunding page, so they can really bring their projects to life. And anyone could support the project and bring them to life.
And in the end, when talking about sustainability, we're talking about important and very complex topics. So sometimes it turns out to be hard to read, long read articles on digital. So we also created a monthly newspaper that's made entirely out of recycled paper and printed only a single ink. And it's by the community for the community. So actually everything that's made for the newspaper is curated, chosen, written by the students themselves. And our newspaper is divided into 3 sections. So the first section is called the cross section. It's long read articles, 1 project for each month, divided by areas of study. And it goes in depth into a certain project that has been highlighted in that month in particular and tries to understand its value in the sustainability world. We have the second section that's called the Young Blood. This section is totally dedicated to our students. So each month, 4 projects are chosen and they're made to showcase what that student in particular has been developing, either being material or a process or a product itself. And the third section is long read scientific articles that mainly approach production and manufacture and get to help our students know what kind of new processes are being done and what they can use in their projects as well. And we want to have this idea that everything we print can be reused afterwards. So everything we have to print in the end, being it stationery, the newspapers, or the posters, are later used to create the packaging for our university, like our social kit. So this kit is made using a process called molded paper pulp. It consists of grinding the paper, mixing it with water and glue, inserting it into the molds until it dries, later taking it off, and we can create packaging using only recycled paper. And this packaging in particular will hold 2 beer bottles and 2 decks of cards, because we think it's important for us that our students have a moment to relax as well, and they have the opportunity to be with their friends, because we're talking about young people, so they need their time to relax as well.
So we are reaching the end of our presentation, and now we want to show you the university video that shows the values of our university and the mission.
We are a university with 4 areas of study: design, architecture, engineering, and science. And we want them to interact, because with every interaction, there is the possibility of creating a connection. And the more you connect, a community starts coming together. And this community lives, studies, and works inside the university, supporting each other in difficult times and celebrating together breakthroughs. We want our students to break barriers, to be loud, to be bold, all working towards the same goal, creating solutions in sustainability. Plan A didn't work. We are Plan B University.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'll be very short. You decided to go with a really limited system, and I think this makes a lot of sense. We're talking about sustainability. But what I think is really special is that you prove that this limited system can be really rich and flexible. Just to point out a couple of things, I think your writing for the whole project is outstanding. And this magnetic effect, it's poetic and eye-catching, especially in motion. I like it very much.
Thank you.
To be the only thing, I guess that you had to set your typeface manually, I mean letter by letter, and at some points the letter spacing is a little bit off, but this is really a minor thing. So in general terms, I wouldn't change anything.
Thank you.
I think that yes, okay, I'm talking about environmental graphics, as you already know, okay. I think that yes, it's loud and bold, but it could have been much bolder and louder. For me, I remember that we were talking a lot of times, the last sessions, about how to be louder and bolder. I think I perfectly remember, and I don't know why you didn't do it, but we talked about having these sort of floor tiles on the ground outside, in order also to represent
Thank you.
I have one comment of my own. I think I already mentioned this to you in class, and it's not so much about the newspaper, but about the identity itself. And my comment is good and bad at the same time, and it's on the one hand the fact that I think that using like simple shapes, square, rectangle, circle, and so on and so on, for a university that's about design, about engineering, about those kinds of things, I think that in itself is not a very original decision. I think to associate particular disciplines to these shapes, it's a little bit far-fetched, because in the end, none of them really. I mean, when you see a square, you don't immediately think, oh, this is architecture, for instance. I mean, you could. But, I don't know. I think in that sense, it's a little bit simplified. However, on the other end, I think that you've done a really good job in terms of working with these shapes in an unconventional way. I mean, the way you work with gravity, the way you compose these posters and so on, and social media, for instance, I think they really developed this in a very interesting way. Basically, my whole point is that where I was a little bit put off by the use of the simple shapes, then I was excited by how you were using them.
Yeah.
So it's at the same time good and bad. So I think it's that I think is really interesting the project. Maybe something that I miss. Also taking cues from what Rosetta was saying, is a sense of even more extreme boldness of being radical. I mean, in the end, you're dealing with topics that are important and that no longer can be delivered to the public in a very institutional way. I mean, you're sort of radical.
Mhm.
So I think it's nice to push the boundaries in that sense.
Thank you.
I wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you.
And I think that this is a good example of overcoming, because it was you had a lot of fails trying to do that, and I think that I have to say that you were perseverant, and the results is very good. It is very attractive. Maybe I miss a mock-up of the interior of this box, because I think that maybe they haven't understood what is this. No, maybe it's an interesting piece, but we need more information.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
this is my own comment.
I want to congratulate you also. I think that the presentation was very good. And just pointing three things on each side. First, following what Xavi just said, I think that in your case, the evolution during the year has been magnificent. I mean, you never surrender and get satisfied with what you have and accepting the critics to go and further. In that sense, hearing also what has been said by Paul, it's true that you took like a big challenge to have a starting point that was a little bit Bauhaus-esque, and
Mhm.
it's a very daring path to go, because it's kind of a benchmark of the history of graphic design. But in a sense, that's also very brave to take this road and try to go off the beaten road with elements that are very well known. And I think that at the end, the result is pretty real. Like when we see today your presentation, it could exist in a certain way, which I think it's another comment. On the little comment of things that I think that should be improved, or if you are still with some energy, you can make better in the future. One very small detail, but I think it's kind of relevant because it generates kind of confusion, is the use of the slash that you do mostly in the editorial work. It's kind of confusing with one of the sections in the school.
Mhm.
This is, I think that it's a small detail, but it's just adding potential confusion that is not needed. Also, I think, and maybe I don't know if it's a lack of teaching in this area, fact that you were with a custom title since the beginning, but at the same time, I have the feeling that it was not really fine-tuning during all this time, and you had like approximately 1 year, and I think that there are details and there are some inconsistencies in the letter forms, like the T and the F and other details. Like also somebody was mentioning the spacing of the leading, that if it's such a special
Yes.
such an element in your project, it should be really taken with the maximum care. And just a small detail to finish in the presentation, which was very good. You should introduce the fact that you're in a university a little bit earlier. So you do the introduction and you say that we are Plan B, but we really didn't know that you were a university. Just a small detail, but overall, congratulations. I think it's very, very good final presentation.
Thank you.
Good presentation.
Hello? Yeah.
Hello,
I don't know.
mine
because-
on. Can you hear me? Hello everyone, my name is Alexandra and this is Katarina. A while back we were given the task of creating an innovative and disruptive idea for an educational system. Something completely different from the ones we see nowadays in schools and universities. We decided to start from the beginning of it all, and we researched about all the different initiatives that were implemented years ago. And we found a very groundbreaking initiative called the Pedagogical Mission.
So, when the Second Republic was implemented in Spain in 1931, the country was driven by social inequalities, since there was a big chasm between urban and rural life. And that's what motivated the pedagogical missions to start, being them a project conceived to bring culture and education to the most unprivileged areas of the country. So, how did it work? Teachers and intellectuals traveled in this same van to the most remote areas of the country to do what? To do this, to build libraries, give talks, show movies and artworks, teach music, and even to open dialogues about themes that were seen as social taboos at the time, as for example, the rights of women. At the end, what they wanted was to move people. And so they did, since this was the result. People were completely blown away. Never before they had been in contact with all these mediums that they were showing. It did even motivate some of them to go out of the villages and pursue the dreams that they just discovered to have. But it also worked the other way around, since also their teachers got inspired by the farmers' ideas, which were as well valuable to make the changes that the country needed at the time.
Traveling with the knowledge you have and sharing it with others is an effective method of educating that has been implemented since before we were even born. Because traveling is an experience, and people learn from experience, so we thought, how can this be applied nowadays in an era where we live in the present, but we're always thinking of the future and what's coming ahead. We think about the future of our cities, the arts, our health, and our society, and how can we make all of these things better in the future. So that's why
We've created the Future Express, a traveling school based on future studies. Our school specializes in 4 different categories: cities, health, social, and arts, and each of them is located on a different train that will take our students through a unique journey all around the world for a period of 6 months.
For our system and holographic image, we were inspired by the effect and pattern that a train leaves behind when traveling in fast motion. So we've recreated that pattern with lines, and we've applied it to our logotype, which always stays the same, even though the pattern inside it may move, creating this dynamic logo that, just like our school, is always traveling. Then we've created a logo for each of our categories, and we've color-coded them in order to distinguish them easier.
We also felt the need of creating a horizontal version for our logo in case it might be needed for some applications and items. The Future Express pattern, which you've seen already, it's the one we've used throughout our whole identity, and we also used it to design a lot of items and applications for our school. This pattern we mainly use when we're referring to the entire school as one, as you can see here in our corporate items. For our business cards, we wanted to explore our dynamic identity, so each business card may have the pattern placed, positioned differently, and so it applies also to the logotype. We've created a boarding pass, so for example, if we have a special guest invited into the Future Express, he or she would receive this digital boarding pass into their mobiles, and they can quickly scan the barcode in order to get in. We use the pattern for some merchandise for the students, for example, the thermos, our sweaters. We've created a welcome travel pack, so each student will receive one of these once they're inside the train. And we feel these items are ideal for them since they will be traveling with us for a period of 6 months. We've also used our pattern to design the details of the staff uniform, so here the train driver and the cook and chef of the train.
Then we've also created a pattern for each of our categories with its respective colors. We mainly use these patterns when we create items for which we want different variants for each category. For instance, we always use the first one when we create an item for the Cities Express. Here we can see the 4 patterns applied to our students' IDs, and here to our t-shirts. As you can see, also in merchandising, our system is dynamic since we can always place our patterns wherever we want, creating millions of possibilities. Here we see them in our notebooks, and here in our tote bags, where you can already have an hint of what our strategy is.
For our communication, we've created several posters. These are printed posters, which will help us captivate our target audience, which are millennials, tech-savvy, and most of all, future-minded people. We plan on using our strategy, which are these eye-catching questions and phrases, in order to really grab their attention. And as you can see here, we've mixed our type with our pattern in order to create the illusion that it's not all there, and you have to predict what's missing from the poster. We plan on placing these posters around where students walk by on a daily basis so that they can really see them.
Where do our target, which are millennials, spend most of their time nowadays? It's in the internet, so we knew we had to be there as well. We've created these posts that refer to our courses in a funny, almost mimetic way. Once the student is accepted to our school, he will receive at his house an acceptance package. This contains the acceptance letter, the student's band, and a flag of the category they were accepted to. We've created a flag to each category, which are like this. And as you could see, these objects are used as the package for our acceptance box. But later, since each student will have one, they can do whatever they want with them. They can place it as a tapestry next to their bed, or they can even wear it as a flag or as a scarf. These objects symbolize the unity and teamwork that the students will encounter once inside our school. That's why we find it amazing how such simple objects can mean so much by representing them as a team in their full group potential.
Coming back to the student band, each student will receive a band that projects a specially made app into their forearm, but they can also download this app on their cell phones. So going into detail to the app, as you can see here, it's completely personalized for each student. And we've used our color system. So for example, this student goes to the Arts Express, that's why it's designed with red. In this app, they can check all their recent activities that has been going on with the school or with their profile. They can chat with their classmates directly through the platform, no need to leave it. Also, they can check their class schedule, what's their upcoming class, in what train, and at what time it is. Through their profile, they can also go and see their travel itinerary to see on exactly what date they'll be in what country or what city. And very important, they can check their currency, because once you're inside the train, you can only pay with the Future Express currency. And here's where you add money to that currency and see how much you have and how much you've been spending. And then also the camera feature is always available, and it's very important because it's the method of collecting the passport stamps, taking pictures, and collecting memories. Once you do all of this, they will be directly stored to the collection library by country, as you can see here. So for example, if we want to go to the students' collections from Japan, we can see the entire collections here, and we can even go into detail into the pictures and see exactly where it was taken and if it has any comments. Very important also, we can check if they collected the passport stamp, which is necessary for each student to collect the passport stamp of each country in order to complete the entire course.
While our app is totally dedicated to our students, our website is mainly for our public. We've made it very interactive so that who can't attend the Future Express can as well feel as part of it. Some of its most interesting features are that you can always follow each train, so you can know exactly in which city it is at the moment and what the students are studying. There are also live streams in which you can watch sometimes. You can watch the students creating some special project or even just them discovering a new city. Also, there are these surveys in which you can vote about what they should investigate next, where should they go. As you could notice already, every categories page is totally personalized with the categories color and the shapes from each flag. There's also a side blog that contains posts written by the students with which the public can interact by commenting or liking. Though, apart from all its playfulness, our website is, of course, as every school's website, also informative. There you can check every information you need about the school or about the programs that you are interested in. We have applied our graphic system to the website by placing it in the background of these forms. So, as you can see, it moves with a mouse. So we're taking the best profit of the fact that this is a digital platform. Though, we also felt the need to create a physical object for our students, for our public. That's why we've created Express the Future, which is a literary magazine that contains futuristic fictional stories written by the students. With this, we plan to attract the general public as well as attract future prospective students. We've color-coded each page with the color of the category to which the student who has written the story belongs to. We have these poetry pages in which we had more freedom to play with the design. So we've created these shapes with a text inspired by our patterns. When it comes to the illustrations, we went for ones that are very geometrical and colorful, which assembles our identity. And these strong lines are a lot of times present. To accompany the magazine, we have the postcards from a remote world and the placement quiz, which you can find inside of the magazine.
Now that we've shown you our items, our communication, and our platforms, let us take you inside the train. Once you get to the train station, you'll know that you're in the right place because we've used our flags in order to represent that. This is the train station where the Future Express departs. In case you need information about a specific category, we will have digital screens, one for each category, and here you can find all the information you may need about that train, like where it is at the moment, when will it arrive, and at what time it departs. We've also used our color system, flags, and logos in order to indicate that you're in the correct platform where each train will depart. Now, for the inside of our train, we decided we were not going to use our Future Express pattern, which is the one we've used throughout our whole identity, because that's the pattern we recreated from the view you see when you're outside the train. Once you're inside the train, you see more of a parallel line and horizontal lines, like this image. So for the inside of our train, everything is designed going horizontally in the same direction as the train is traveling, and we always use a horizontal line pattern. So for example, this is our library, and we've added messages and quotes in order to engage more with the students. As you can see here, if we zoom in, we are only using a horizontal line pattern inside our type. We decided to take advantage of this system, so for the cafeteria, we added the menu so that the students can quickly read through it. And we've added a special feature in which the students can send messages to other students via the app, and it will appear inside the rooms privately. Also, the school may make announcements or send messages to the students, and all privately inside the room. And as you can see, always traveling horizontally in the same direction as the train. This is the perfect example of how a student may place their flag inside the rooms. Now that we've shown you the inside of the train, let's experience what it is traveling on the Future Express. We've created a piece that shows the different landscapes and journeys the students experience while their time on our school. It is also a metaphor of how the student will go from the present to the future through their journey on the Future Express.
We'd like to say that we know that this initiative is not for everyone, and it will not change the whole educational system. It's not meant to. Instead, it's meant to bring innovative ideas and future-minded people together, which, hopefully, will lead to a better future for everyone. Will you come with us in the Future Express?
Thank you.
counteractive to your ultimate chance of doing things that you like, because you're bound to things like designing a train interior, things that are in themselves very constrained, very difficult, but it's at the same time a very interesting challenge. I want to point out that for the part that you've done with me, I'm very happy with two particular aspects. One of them is conceptually how you came up with the idea of doing a literary science fiction magazine. I think that's very interesting, and a lot more than the idea of trying to use this as a sort of platform to teach further things. Or I think it's interesting that in the end this is a sort of an entertainment and wondering tool. And also I have to say that in my opinion, in my subjective opinion, you've outdone yourself with the cover, because it's very unique and it's very distinct from everything that I see out there. On the other hand, materially, the magazine, I think it's not quite there. The paper is very thick. It's a little bit artificial to hold, because it doesn't have the feeling of something that's easier to carry around, to flip pages and so on.
As a general comment, if there will be some specific, maybe. What I can say basically about the project is I would like it exist. I really would like, even if you said it's not for also, well, you have seen only one presentation today, but you have to carry conscience that you have to design the presentation. And the presentation, there were some moments that the images were well and this, but mostly still look a little bit of a classroom presentation. And you have to get this conscience of this presentation should be a little bit upscale.
Only one thing, maybe congrats about the presentation. For me, maybe the graphic system is maybe a little bit invasive in the whole applications, and also maybe you have to fix that in order to change the value between some applications where the graphic part is gonna be useful and which not. I think so. At least only another aspect maybe important is about the reliability for some pieces of work that maybe that I could suffer a little bit also. But congrats about the whole.
So I see this almost as design features, or at least I like to look at this project from that perspective because it unfolds possible future scenarios. And in this regard, I enjoy a lot the futuristic applications, like the student band and so on, but I don't enjoy so much the past applications, the applications from the past, like a notebook and a pen. But generally speaking, I think it's a good project, and I like a lot the metaphor of discussing the future while traveling and learning while moving and so on. So I agree with Javier that there are some technical flaws, especially when you paste your pattern inside typeface.
My opinion is that, well, it's a good project. It's a very, very versatile. I'm very impressed how versatile is this project, this system. That's good sense, of course. And this, I didn't know this, the editorial of this. I think it's really good. I really like the combination with this, the classical look of this with the futuristic look of the
That was kind of a surprise for all of us.
yeah, I really like. I think that the name is the Future Express and then Express the Future. That's very, very, very good. But congratulations for this combination. And just a small detail, the website, the line that goes vertical, I think that could be horizontal. So it's in the same. It's similar to the assignments of the tree. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? Yeah?
It's working, yeah. So good morning, I'm Charles.
And I'm Victor. And I think it's safe to say that everyone here in this room feels overloaded by information in our day-to-day lives, right? And I think it's safe to say, too, that we think that this is like a 21st century problem, even a post-internet problem. But let me tell you something. Information overload has been a problem since before the Portuguese arrived in Brazil. And this was in the 1500s. And this is fault of this guy. His name is Gutenberg, Probably some of you already know him. And he was a German blacksmith in the 1400s. And what he basically did was to create a machine, the printing press, and to improve already existing technology that was the wooden movable type to the metal movable type. With these two inventions, the price and the amount of work to produce a book was so easy and so cheap that an average literate citizen of that time had access to more books than he could read in a lifetime. So it's pretty clear that information overload is nothing new.
So for the 500 years that followed, publishers and entities needed to act as a filter to this content that came. And that was mostly to do with the risk that was involved with production. And this risk was profit. So publishers needed to select what content was good, which would sell and which would make them money, and what content was bad, which wouldn't sell and make them lose money. With the birth of the internet, this filter completely disappeared. People found they could upload anything, if it was imagery, text, video, stupid gifs of dogs, without this attached risk. But with this loss of risk, and with this loss of a filter, gave rise to what we call disposable content.
So the price to produce anything by anyone, like say in this room, it's almost non-existent. Anyone here can upload a picture, upload a video, even publish a book online, and you don't have a lot of costs. So the system we had before, the filter we had before, is broken, non-existent. But us as humankind, we need a filter. This is where we step in.
So our idea is to create an institution that acts as a filter and a constant curator to the information that we have around us. We plan to do this by reimagining the speed and structure at which a museum's contents can change. We are not about past history. We are about current history. So we're driven by social activity with topics determined by users. We provide a space to delve deeper, to understand, and to inform. We're Now How. So taking the most talked about topics from digital platforms, our center would curate and create content to be able to form exhibits that provide depth in a subject. On one hand, this is great, but on the other hand, we're also aware of the fact that these trending topics can change at a rate that's very hard to keep up with. So our plan is to curate what topics are chosen for exhibits, and also relate them to their wider context.
A couple of examples of what we could be talking about is one of them with Trump, and the center will be talking about the whole context of his term in office, previous history of other American presidents, and even American history in general. Another example will be SpaceX, and we'll be talking about the history of the evolution of rockets throughout the last few years, the objectives of Elon Musk, and even if whether or not we're making to Mars in 2030.
So the center is a response to its environment, and this is socially through its content as well as in its design. Now How is all about hashtags, and it uses them as a way to describe the contents of its exhibits or any other related events. These hashtags allow us to create like a categorization as well as create a number of ways that point towards the different content that we produce. Now How is about portraying information clearly, and it's not about adorning it in any way. And so we use one typeface, which is space mono, in one weight, which is bold, and in one size across all of our communications. Type is always set in lowercase, and it's designed to be able to resemble a text box. And hierarchy is dictated through the use of these hashtags together with some color from the Now How palette. And this allows for color and the hashtags together to illustrate or highlight this important information. Now How brand palette is made up of the extreme RGBs, but the main color is always black. And the reason behind this is we want the communications to resemble screens, or specifically black screens.
So Now How is about embracing digitalness. We are not about saving word or about wastage. Now How is it being about a digital center and embracing 100%? So even in materials, like simple materials like a business card or a lanyard, we even made a way of translating this to the digital world. This being an app on a phone or even a lanyard in a material called graphene that you can make foldable and light screens.
So this concept of noise is the main driving force, or the main idea behind all of the communications and everything that Now How does. The infinite amount of information that we have online, like we said, through social media or digital platforms, is this noise that we talk about. And the complexity of all of our communications or our applications and the noise that it communicates is entirely dependent on the number of hashtags that we use. To provide or to illustrate this idea or to give a few examples, here are examples of our social media.
Oh, come on, okay, just...
Every NFL game saw players, coaches, and owners kneeling.
Get that son of a off the field right now, out.
And some other examples of how we communicate when we're talking about the center itself and not about exhibitions.
Punta dirección, barrio La Amargura, calle del Rencor, portal 23, segundo, tercera, y ve por la escalera que no hay ascensor. Yo soy Leo.
But just to show how complex now how communication can get to, we're going to show some of the process of exhibitions that we could put in the street and show how we can go from one hashtag to 17 hashtags and this getting a more complex and noisier communication. This would be a poster for the Catalonia exhibition. And another example of the SpaceX exhibition.
How do you? How do you? How do you?
And in our website, it works as a hub with all the content that we're already creating inside the center. So when you enter, the first thing you see are the 5 topics that we're talking in a moment.
Es urgente poner... Owners.
As well as the archive of everything and all the amount of things that we already produced. If you click in one of the topics,
17,000 jobs.
you receive it with an intro video, already put you in context of everything you're going to find, as well as a created news, a gallery of images, videos, and essays about the topics, as well as a live Twitter feed on your right that just keeps going and going again until you open the page. So now is much more than a center. As we said, it's about embracing digitalness in all aspects. So this is our space, is La Torre de Collserola, a telecommunication tower that overlooks the whole city of Barcelona. And to design our space, we took as reference Plato's The Allegory of the Cave. That is basically a society that lives inside a cave, and one of the individuals of this cave lives to the outside world, to the light world, and learn things and try to bring it to his society inside the cave. So we use this analogy as the cave being the noise word, and the outside world being the knowledge, the depth word. So when you enter in our center, the first thing you see, and you will receive with this corridor that's black with a lot of hashtags and noise and confusion. But after you pass through that, you already reach the elevators. And it's already a clearer word with the list of the topics we're talking and already a live data. So you already can understand how many people are talking about it and why this is so important to be inside our center. As you go up, you reach the clear word, the knowledge word, and where you can fully experience our exhibitions and everything we're preparing inside the space, like interactive screens and even documentaries and all kinds of stuff.
So the products sold by the center, similar to this, are a translation of this digital world to the physical world. And so they all use screen-based packaging, following with the concept of the identity and center. Through code, an Arduino, and an LCD screen, our packaging is able to display all the necessary information at the click of a button.
6 buttons.
6 buttons, sorry. Yeah. It's more complex. So within this black acrylic box, which is our packaging, we have our first product, which is an Arduino-based drum machine. This drum machine comes in a kit, it's a do-it-yourself kit, and so it needs to be built. So it encourages some kind of element of learning. Being music-related, this product, our first product, works hand in hand with the first edition of our magazine.
So now How Mag is triennial magazine that takes a deeper look in topics that surrounds our lives and how these topics were changed by the internet. The first edition is the music edition, and we color code them with all the colors of the identity. So every edition is one red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow. So every 2 years we reset this color coding. And on the inside, when you open, because it's a big magazine and it's meant to be taken seriously and it's meant to be read, so we are going the opposite way of what people do on the internet. When you open it, you have a screen ratio of 16:9, just like this screen you guys are looking. And there's no page numbers whatsoever. So the only navigation you have is through the name of the articles on the site, just like a tab on a website.
So we believe that the present is just as important as the past. And after 500 years of information overload, and probably many more that we'll be having, we need to be conscious of the content that we're consuming. Just because we have access to an infinite amount of information doesn't mean that we're informed.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, I think it's a good project, but my opinion is that graphically it's still too simple. I think that I don't know how, but I think that it should have been that different applications more interesting. And I think that this you are using too much the image of Trump.
Yeah.
Too much.
It's attached to him.
Big fans.
Yeah. And for me it was a little bit surprising because you were talking about that embracing the digitalness, etc., and then finding this editorial piece that is printed. Okay, I get that. Yes.
Don't do this to me, Rodita.
That's it.
I think it's a wonderful project and it was wonderfully explained.
Thank you.
I like the balance between the more silent pieces and the more noisy ones. I think you managed this really well. I was concerned about the use of sound as part of the system, but you dealt with it during the last month. So
Yeah.
I think everything is on the table now. The only thing, maybe it's the same thing that Rosetta commented. Do you really need a paper item if you have this strong digital-only policy?
Mm-hmm.
You even have business cards that are like really
Yeah.
things. But hey, it's just me.
Okay.
On the other hand, I've been pushing you to do a kind of infographics or to develop a graphic system behind the hashtags and the amount of information we already have on the internet, and maybe found the same than before that this magazine maybe is not so coherent with the whole idea, and
like about your project is like first is how you approach the brief that we gave you. So you came with something that as an idea, as a proposal, it's interesting and it's kind of a realistic dystopia. No, it's dystopia, but it could be totally real also. But most of all, what I really want to tell you is what I like about your project is the fact that how to start to think of identities today. How you're with really taking care of all the opportunities of them, even if it sometimes it looks a little bit futuristic. But anyway, I think it's very interesting how you approach like this digital identity, taking care of media that are existing and media that you are a little bit proposing, and also the fact that you take you took also other levels of creating the identity more than the six that we proposed you. As Santi said, you mentioned like the verbal identity and also the sound identity, and it's very interesting how you totally, even if there are some comments or these doubts about how it will evolve, but at least you take it a really wide range view on the project, and I think that it's very interesting of how our profession probably will advance in the future.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate you for your perseverance and for your this was like a very strange and difficult idea,
Yeah.
but you resolved it incredibly well, and I'm proud of you for this. But I agree with them in the whole of the identity. I miss a little bit of richness, but I think that you have very brilliant ideas in some of the parts of the whole project. I think that you have dedicated efforts in limited things in the identity. Okay.
Thank you.
Tenemos que hacer con lo de las plantas.
¿Cómo me pongo esto, no?
Se hace eso.
Ya. ¿Y estoy?
No.
¿Escucha?
Hola. ¿Sí?
Sí, está bien el micrófono. Sí. Buenos días, somos Andrés y Elena y estamos acá para hablarles de cómo le hemos dado la vuelta al proyecto de un museo. Concretamente, el Museo de la Música de Barcelona, que es un pequeño museo ubicado dentro del Auditori en Marina y tiene una colección que data desde el siglo XIX que exhiben desde hace mucho tiempo y es una de las colecciones más importantes de Europa, de instrumentos. Hemos hecho un recorrido, hemos observado sus piezas de comunicación y hemos sacado algunas conclusiones, que la primera de ellas es que tiene un enfoque demasiado académico para gente que ya conoce de música. La segunda es que tienen un modelo de exhibición bastante contemplativo. Y la tercera es que están un poco enquistados o atrapados en el pasado.
Así que lo primero que hicimos al plantearnos la identidad es preguntarnos, ¿qué es la música? La definición formal de música es el arte de ordenar sonidos, silencios, a través de la melodía, armonía y el ritmo. Pero yendo más allá nos encontramos con una serie de curiosidades. Por ejemplo, ¿saben qué tienen en común estos 3 personajes? Bueno, el hecho es que ninguno de ellos 3 sabía leer partituras. Incluso el tercero era un compositor clásico que se quedó ciego desde pequeño y tuvo que encontrar metodologías nuevas para seguir componiendo.
Ninguno de los 3 entendía la música de manera tradicional y por eso esto nos llevó a pensar en nuestro concepto, que es que la música es un fenómeno personal, emocional, que se vive diferente para cada individuo. Ahora, ¿cómo nos comunicamos hablando de un tema de interpretaciones tan variadas? Identificamos que había algo perteneciente a la música que también nos pertenece a todos, y es la manera en que representamos la música en nuestras cabezas. Por medio de onomatopeyas es que nos vamos a comunicar, vamos a aprovechar la potencia del lenguaje, vamos a aprovechar el contenido sonoro que nos brindan las palabras. Luego de esta decisión, la pregunta natural que surgió es si deberíamos cambiar el nombre del Museo de la Música de Barcelona, y concluimos que sí. Lo vamos a hacer mucho más sonoro, rítmico y onomatopéyico. Taralara es el nuevo Museo de la Música y representa la onomatopeya catalana para el acto de tararear. Para crear el logo simplemente hemos modificado el punto volado, acortado la tilde para generar más bloque y hemos enfatizado que es Museo de la Música de Barcelona y que esta identidad solamente funciona para este proyecto en concreto. Esta espontaneidad que le hemos querido dar a la identidad nos va a acompañar a través de todo el proceso, empezando por tipografía, color, fotografía y terminando por el sistema.
En cuanto a la tipografía, queríamos una tipografía que fuera contundente y con carácter, que funcionara por sí sola, así que hemos utilizado la Druck. La Druck tiene diversos pesos que nos facilita la representación de la música de muchos diferentes tipos. Por ejemplo, esta extended podría presentar un sonido grave, esto un sonido estridente y esta supercondensed un sonido agudo de violín. En cuanto al color, hemos querido ser juguetones, atrevidos y alguna vez hasta descarados. Hemos cogido una gama amplia de colores para una gama amplia de piezas. En cambio, en la fotografía hemos querido ser directos y claros y por eso utilizamos fotografías contrastadas con un fondo neutro y viradas a un duotono. Nos sirve tanto para objetos como para retratos.
Para explicarles la conjunción de estas 3 decisiones que hemos tomado, hemos empezado por una pieza animada. Vemos que en unos cuantos segundos la identidad está plenamente explicada y este dinamismo lo hemos llevado a piezas de print o piezas estáticas. Hemos querido representar diferentes tipos de música, empezando por clásica, pasando por jazz, en que la tipografía puede jugar y conversar con la dirección de la foto. Hemos representado onomatopeyas clásicas del rock y del pedal de Jimi Hendrix, por ejemplo. Hemos pasado por el pop, que ya es una onomatopeya en sí misma. Hemos ido un poco más allá y hemos jugado con patterns para electrónica. También podemos hacer una diagramación más tranquila y estructurada, aprovechando las posibilidades de bloque que nos da la Druck. Y hemos podido jugar con el movimiento de la fotografía. Es un sistema tan amplio que nos permite hasta hablar de fechas especiales como Navidad, o incluso fechas que, bueno, no tienen música, pero igualmente tienen sonido, y en este caso San Joan hemos representado por la composición el hecho de que hayan petardos y que haya fiesta en las calles.
Bueno, todas estas piezas funcionan tanto en conjunto como de manera individual. El hecho de diagramar por bloques nos ha facilitado adaptarnos a diferentes formatos, como por ejemplo uno muy horizontal, y también hemos querido que en todo momento dialoguen con la ciudad de Barcelona, que es donde se desarrollaría la campaña. También nos sirve para piezas dobles, como serían las banderolas, en piezas donde no hace falta fotografía, en piezas más corporativas en aplicaciones donde hay información, no tiene por qué ser musical, pero sí seguir el mismo ritmo y dinamismo. Piezas obligatorias en un museo como folletos o entradas. Y tote bags donde se puede diagramar de una forma con bloques más convencional o más figurativa y más libre. Vemos como todas estas aplicaciones al final se hacen reconocibles sin la necesidad de tener el logo, se puede reconocer el sistema perfectamente. Este sistema no solo funciona en campañas, sino también lo podemos extender a espacios. Hemos aprovechado el camino que te lleva al museo para extender la tipografía. Queremos que la experiencia empiece desde fuera hacia adentro y este es nuestro museo. Es un espacio nuevo, ubicado en el Poblano, bien comunicado, luminoso, espacioso y además queríamos que fuera representativo de la arquitectura barcelonesa. En el recorrido interior hemos procurado que haya un balance entre una tipografía más loca y una señalización más orientativa y más funcional de rápida interpretación. En todo momento hemos querido dialogar con el espacio. Por ejemplo, estas escaleras se van a subir y bajar al ritmo de plim, plim, plim. O, por ejemplo, en este caso vemos como la identidad también se escapa del museo. Al final del trayecto encontramos la tienda y se van a preguntar por qué vendemos plantas en la tienda. Y bueno, es que las plantas también sienten la música. No la escuchan como nosotros, pero la sienten a través de vibraciones. Y es por eso que hemos creado este objeto, que es una maceta amplificador llamada Planta Plan, marca registrada. El funcionamiento es muy sencillo, tiene un agujero para la planta, otro para poner el smartphone y con la música se va a ampliar y va a salir por estos agujeros laterales. Como es un objeto nuevo, el packaging tiene dos funciones. Una es explicar su funcionamiento y cómo va a ayudar esto a crecer la planta y transportar, ya que es un objeto bastante voluminoso y pesante y queremos que sea de fácil transporte y además tratando de no dañar las hojas de las plantas. Para exponerlos hemos creado un display donde resume todos esos conceptos a través de la volumetría, la tipografía, expone las tres piezas y también le hemos integrado las plantas.
Queremos que la experiencia del museo vaya más allá de su ámbito físico y es por eso que hemos creado una publicación mensual, se llama CLAP, y es una revista monográfica que en cada número va a tocar temas relacionados a la música. En un número podemos hablar de música y deporte, en el siguiente de música y política, y en el que nos compete para esta presentación vamos a hablar de música y cine. En el interior tenemos artículos como, por ejemplo, en el que hablamos del soundtrack de Baby Driver, una película muy característica por su música. Otro artículo habla del legado musical de David Lynch y su influencia en directores. Y también hemos hablado con Randall Poster, el hombre que está detrás de los soundtracks de las películas de Wes Anderson. Hemos incluido reportajes fotográficos para mantener un balance entre las imágenes y el contenido. Y siguiendo por esta línea de entretenimiento, es que nos hemos querido acercar a un público más joven creando una app que funciona como un juego. Es un juego con logros, con perfiles, con settings, que funciona como un rompecabezas que al solucionarlo te presenta una animación. Esta app nos va a servir para generar comunidad, para que la gente pueda compartir sus logros e interactuar con la marca, y nos lleva directamente a la web, que es una web que aprovecha la potencia de la identidad y que es un portal bastante sencillo que está dedicado a ordenar y simplificar la información de la práctica del museo, para venta de entradas, para venta de los objetos que ofrece la tienda del museo. También la hemos reducido a una versión mobile, hemos quitado algunos contenidos y bueno, hemos seleccionado los contenidos importantes para que exige el formato. Como veíamos que la identidad tiene potencia en medios digitales, es que en redes sociales nos vamos a comunicar a través de animaciones, como esta. O esta. Son animaciones muy sencillas que, bueno, explican la identidad claramente. Ya llegando al final de nuestra presentación, tenemos algunas conclusiones. Al principio habíamos identificado que el museo era muy académico, era muy contemplativo y estaba atrapado en el pasado. Pues ahora hemos pasado de un target académico a uno aficionado para extender la base de comunicación del museo, de un modelo contemplativo a uno experiencial, por medio de las piezas interactivas que hemos creado, y un museo atrapado en el pasado a uno que funciona bien en el presente y que tiene miras hacia el futuro.
Bueno, esperamos que os haya gustado la vuelta que le hemos dado al Museo de la Música y si tienen alguna pregunta estaremos encantados de responder. Muchas gracias.
Lo primero que me gustaría deciros, o al menos por conocer aquí, es que el trabajo durante todo el curso en vuestro caso ha sido exhaustivo. Y creo que esos son los mensajes un poco de ciertas que me acabas saliendo y tal. En conjunto, el sistema es vistoso, la selección es simpática y demás. El punto de partida de que la música es una experiencia personal, todo esto, yo no lo entiendo. Pero bueno, prefiero la otra explicación, la de hagamos de un museo el multidisciplina un museo popular. Y cómo lo habéis conseguido a través de las onomatopeyas, pues me parece acertado. Lo único que os comentaría sería más en términos de equipofilia. O sea, si esto lo hacéis de aquí 2 años, ¿seguiríais pensando que la Blue es la tipografía adecuada? O quizás sí, ¿eh? Bueno, pues tampoco lo digo para que lo respondáis. Es una pregunta que queda en el aire. Vamos, que me lo pregunto yo.
Puede ser, a ver. Lo que pasa es que también es verdad que es una tipografía, o sea, un sistema gráfico basado en una tipografía, pero con una tipografía con tanta variedad, yo creo que está bien, ¿no? Porque también mantienes la coherencia y te da mucho juego. En el momento de crear aplicaciones, o sea, que eso sí que es una, yo lo entiendo como una virtud. Para ir al grano, yo creo que las animaciones son muy simples, pero son muy chulas, son interesantes, son efectivas. Lo que sí que a mí me falta es en la web y en la señalización. Igual en la web lo habéis hecho, pero en la señalización seguro que lo hicimos las aplicaciones que había subido. Sí. En la web yo también le encuentro faltar sonido. O sea, meter algo de lo que habéis hecho chulo de las animaciones en la web y también en la señalización y enseñarlo, porque si no se queda como algo muy silencioso.
Yo simplemente creo que en lo que habéis enseñado hay mucho trabajo, mucho oficio y mucho rigor. Creo que os representa mucho. Me da la impresión que en todos habéis sido igual de constantes y trabajadores. Igual sí que he hecho en falta un poco más de diversidad, ¿no? Que o sea, de hecho es
vueltas que le habéis dado. Y también es curioso un poco lo que ha hecho Elisava de que presentéis justo después de Know-How, porque creo que es un poco el contrario, ¿no? Es como un approach súper clásico a cómo resolver una identidad, pero que no tiene nada de malo en ese sentido. Creo que Xavi ha dicho una palabra clave que es esta como de oficio, y creo que un poco vuestro proyecto representa eso, o sea, como el saber hacer clásico, ¿no? Del diseñador gráfico que quiere controlar la tipografía, quiere controlar el color, quiere controlar la composición, y todo eso está, la verdad es que muy bien expresado a través de vuestro proyecto, y con el toque también, digamos, de hoy actual con todo el tema de las animaciones y la música. Y ahora de cara al futuro, no sé qué han hecho en este proyecto, pero y casi me da rabia no haberlo visto antes, que supongo que lo he visto, pero no entras con loops, así que es difícil de ver eso. Yo lo que replantearía realmente si necesitamos un logo, porque seguramente es el sistema que habéis desarrollado finalmente está presente, tan reconocible y tal, que seguramente no hace falta esa marca, o esa marca puede ser mucho más resumida o más corta, o si me apuras incluso más abstracta y llegar. Pues una de las cosas como que me plantearía de revisión del proyecto sería cuál es la función del logo concreto dentro de toda esta identidad. Y nada, que está muy bien, felicidades, solo que faltaría como más música, que hubiera más animaciones de estas que estaban.
Gracias.
Un par de cosas muy rápidamente. A mí me ha llamado mucho la atención la señalización, también porque no soy una persona experta en el mundo. Me ha parecido muy interesante, me parecía que hacía del espacio algo como engaging de alguna forma. O sea, era no solo decir aquí está esto, era decir otro. Precisamente la señalética que indicaba más las cosas era la que menos interesante me pareció. Sin embargo, la intervención sobre el espacio me parecía muy interesante. La única cosa que no de esto me parece que está súper bien hecho el proyecto, lo veo realmente muy redondo, pero se me encierra un poco en el mundo del jazz. Y el hecho de que trabajéis con imágenes en dicromía, en botono, blanco y negro con color, este tipo de cosas, es un poco mundo pasado, que yo creo que este mismo ejercicio, de repente empezar a trabajar con una muy buena selección de imágenes, o sea, con una buena dirección de arte, con imágenes a color completo, de repente le das una dimensión de actualidad que podría ser bastante guay. Muchas gracias por el esfuerzo que habéis trabajado. Gracias.
My baby.
It works. Hello. Does it work?
Yeah.
Which one is it? This one, yeah? Okay. Hello guys, I'm Aditi and we are The Fix. So we're going to start with a question. How many times has it happened that somebody tells you not to do something and you go ahead and do it? Many times. So for example, we have things like eating junk food. Like many times our parents or somebody has told us, no, it's bad for your health, don't eat it. Then there is drinking and driving. Almost everyone has done it, been guilty of doing it, or knows somebody who's done it. There is touching an art piece as a museum. Everyone's tempted to do that just because. And stuff like watching porn. These things are just small things that we know that we are not supposed to do or are told not to do, but everyone ends up doing it anyway.
But again, these are small things, and there are some big things that affect the world on a larger scale.
We can take this classic example of sex education. For example, in abstinence-only sex education programs, kids were told not to engage in sexual activities. And this actually resulted in higher pregnancies and higher sexually transmitted diseases in comparison with the comprehensive sex education that was initially
Obama's administration.
That was initially issued by Obama's administration. When this comprehensive sex education happened, 60% of unprotected 60% of people
there's reduction
in
unprotected sex.
Unprotected sex.
But again, this is kind of not that worrisome now because there have been right steps that are being taken, and we are going in the right direction when it comes to sex education, and it has become comprehensive.
But there is something else
that needs our attention. That
caught
really
our
needs
attention, which is the war on drugs.
Yeah. So the war on drugs is a huge problem. It sounds like it was something that was very, very relevant in the 70s and the 80s, but it has still been, the repercussions of the war on drugs has still been really harmful. These are actual headlines from the 70s and 80s of the propaganda against drugs, where people were just being demonized if they were the users. They were just being demonized, they were being stigmatized, and instead of talking about the effects of drugs, people were talking about how bad a person is if they do drugs. So this is one example. These are all legit headlines. Doctors blame LSD, girl gives birth to a frog. Marijuana, the assassin of youth, it's a crime for any person to plant, cultivate, possess, sell, or give away marijuana. And these are just 3 examples. When we started researching, we actually found like endless number of articles that had headlines like these. And they have had like really damaging effects on people's mindset about drugs. So,
of course, then we have like the classic Nancy Reagan Say No campaign that was really famous in America and in all other countries.
And it's become like a household tagline almost, where it's just say no can literally be used for anything.
Like a go-to slogan for
yeah.
Americans.
Yeah, but the problem was that this campaign wasn't just not helpful, it was actually counterproductive to its own goals. So if it started to achieve something that they wanted to cure a problem with, it ended up being much, much worse. For example, there was a lot of racial injustice. That was one of the effects of the campaign. Low funds for drug treatment because mostly the money was being put in criminalization. There was denied access to people who do drugs for education, housing, employment. And the war on drugs criminalizes poverty and makes criminals even more poorer. And these are just 4 examples. This has actually had a lot more worse impact. So I think it's safe to say that so far we have failed in drug literacy. The world has failed. There have been small campaigns that have been working, but on a very, very micro level. And what we say is, we say no to drugs. So this is basically kind of sums up our entire concept in one sentence, that we don't say no, we say no to drugs. And we are the FIX, the Museum and Research Center of Drug Literacy.
Yeah. Okay, so basically we are a museum and a research center because we have like values from both. Like we are experienced and we are scientific. We are factual and also like immersive, educational, and multidimensional. So we decided to create a museum and a research center because we need facts. And these facts, we're going to work with scientists. Like we're basically a collaborative hub. So everything that happens in the research center will be basically interpreted visually to make it more visually digestible in the museum. So basically we're working with scientists in the research center and visual artists, performance artists, photographers in the museum. So basically the FIX is a result of its duality. These are our core values. We are experiential, scientific, collaborative, neutral, and progressive.
So if we were to sum it up, the fix basically is focused on one single point of view, which is there's a substantial need of drug literacy in the world. And these are the people that we want to talk to. It's parents, school communities and committees, the young people, of course, and these are our people that we want to work with, scientists, psychologists, researchers, and creative community. So this is through all our platforms and all our executions. These are the different people we want to target at different levels in communication. And this is how we do it.
This is basically our manifesto. We tell the truth, we give you the experience, we condemn the war on drugs. So this is what we want, this is what we stand for, and what we want to communicate to the audience.
And we have chosen the Design Hub in Barcelona because it is coincidentally absolutely the perfect location that we can have, because it has 4 floors that are already exhibitions, which work perfectly for our 4 categories of drugs, and the underground is the research center, so it's almost like tailor-made for our concept. So when we talk about drug literacy, how do we plan to achieve this? We first start with the overall umbrella of drugs, which is the 4 categories. Then we start talking about awareness, the events that happen, archival, that is a very interesting part of a museum, and collaborations, because we are a heavily collaboration-based brand.
And that being said, we realized that we have 4 categories, and under them there are 4 pillars. So we created a graphic system that consists of 4 grids that we can play around and emphasize, depending on what we're emphasizing. So these are examples of different grids. There are no rules, basically, like as long as they're
as long as we communicate what we want to communicate. Yeah. So, and when we were deciding and researching about a graphic system, we came to know that one of the first signs that occurs when somebody is under the influence of drugs is distortion, repetition, changes in shapes and patterns. So we came up with these 4 shapes that kind of represent all the 4 categories. For example, opioids is relaxing, it is pain relieving, so it's like a beachy shape. Stimulants are very pumped up and very electric, so they're like that. Hallucinogens are very repetitive or trippy or creative, so they are like that. And depressants are basically just flat, unstimulated. And it's not just shapes, it's also colors and how colors are affected by being under the influence of drugs. So we allotted these colors, which are basically scientifically proven and associated with these categories generally as well. And then we have the option to play around with them whenever we want, and depending on the communication.
Okay, for our typography, we are using Helvetica because we want to be really neutral and universal, and we think like this font it's very intelligent, and it fits exactly how we want to position ourselves.
So how we are reaching out to people is through our identity, is through our posters, through our communication, and this is going to be the first initial step towards reaching out to people and making them aware that this is what we are doing, this is what we stand for, and this is how we plan to do it. So just to give you examples of how we are communicating.
Basically, we have an opening campaign that's going to be like an awareness, and we're using the example of how drug education has failed with like anti-drug campaigns and propaganda. And these things are not only from the past, like they're actually happening now as well. Like you have, for example, the LSD Made Me a Prostitute article that is taken from the 60s, but you also have Donald Trump's response to Just Say No to the opioid crisis in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So these things like are ongoing campaigns that are failing. Here also we have created other sorts of posters to our different pillars. We have
talks and events.
For talks and conferences, for collaborations. Talks and conferences would be things like how someone is giving a talk on how MDMA could affect men and women differently, or anything related to drug culture.
This is an example of archival. So we have, in our archival, we don't just talk about past in a negative sense, we also celebrate the fact that there have been some very important discoveries or important events in the past related to drugs and drug culture. So this is, for example, the last spoon Kurt Cobain used to melt heroin, and then we have cassette tapes of people like Sigmund Freud on his cocaine addiction and drug abuse on patients. So these are things that actually exist in the museum in the physical space. Again, the Hoffman's first ride home on LSD, this is a cycle that we wish to have and exhibit in our museum. This is a collaboration poster.
These are banners. And the stationery, we use the same system with the colors and the grids. Business cards, tickets that can
double up as stickers. This is again like a self-help card application that we have, which is very specific to our brand. So what happens here is that there are 3 cards, and somebody picks up a drug that they are under the effect of, and the feeling that they're feeling. For example, I feel paranoid under the influence of cocaine, and then it gives you a self-help sort of a directory of, okay, if this is how you're feeling, this is what you can do. So, yeah, if you're feeling uncontrollably paranoid on cocaine, then do this. So it's a directory of all drugs and all effects associated with almost all of them.
This is like a brochure. It's called the Drug Sessions. It's basically like a summer program. The target is mostly young people, because we have like talks about drug trends that are happening now, or even about MDMA and menstruation, for example, anything that is related to drugs, and even workshops and conferences and all of that.
So after this, we also found a way that this is it's a topic that people have a lot of opinions on, and we realized that this is actually bringing together a big community, because not that we only collaborate with people for the brand purpose. We want to give everybody a voice. We want to have musicians talk about this. We want to have everybody who has any association with the culture talk about it, and we are doing that with a magazine that we have.
So our magazine is called Band. Basically, it deals with drugs and culture because the two overlap. And basically, it's collaborative. It has
interviews, it has experiences, it has stories, it has almost everything that anybody would want to contribute to, being just interested in the concept. And there are also guides, and it's a quarterly magazine, and every 3 months, 4 months, there'll be 3 different drugs that are used to be spoken about from different categories. Now, we realize that this is digitally, we have the option to listen to people, because they are coming to our website or they're coming to a digital platform because they're aware of us now. So we want to talk to them, and we want to hear what they have to say. And with the digital platform, we are doing this by having 2 dynamic features. One is when they can talk about how they're feeling. So every day there's a new feeling that the website talks about or advertises. And the other is they can ask a question, and there is a psychologist or a scientist who answers you immediately on the website. So this is how you're feeling today. If somebody, for example, says they're feeling nervous, then they can play around with the feeling here, and it shows you how much the nervousness is on different drugs. And then you can ask a question, and there'll be somebody who will answer you or chat with you later, and it's completely personal and specific to your problem. We have experiences of people that are podcasts, so you can listen to users' experiences or how they felt when they were on a certain drug. So this is, you can just play.
So
and you
there's
can
the
hear
secret
something.
society, many millions strong, people who are going through life high.
Yeah, and then you can see more experiences, and this is a filter system that we have with our categories and colors, which you can navigate through very easily throughout the website. And then there are collaborations of how people are collaborating in the exhibitions with us. Yeah. So,
so another fact is that around 255 million people are using So this is why we feel like it's our duty to create something like some sort of safety to these people. That does not mean that we're encouraging them to do drugs, because the world is changing and we cannot change the world. The only thing we can do is maybe try to change ourselves through taking like different initiatives, because people are going to do drugs. So this is not a safe guide to any drug. It's just a safer guide, a safer way to do a certain drug. That's why we created our packaging. They come in different categories, of course, and they come in different drugs.
There are safety tests for different drugs. So basically you get these bottles that are the solution, and you just like mix a bit of your whatever. And then it tells you whether it's safe or clean or good to do or not. So it's basically just making sure that if people are making this decision to do it, they're doing it safely.
So basically you have the bottle, the container, a guide on how to do it, and a color table to see if your drug is safe or not.
Yeah. This is our installation. And now this is a product that you get at the museum. So how is the experience going to be at the museum? So we will take you through that. This kind of shows what the experience is inside, because a person who's even passing by can kind of understand that this is the exhibition, and it keeps changing and keeps updating based on what the exhibitions are inside. This is our reception at the museum. Yeah, there's animation on all floors that you can see, and it also relays what's happening inside. So it gives you an idea of what the experience will be.
Basically, the animation of the shapes are associated with the feelings of the drugs of the cadet. We have our manifesto.
And one of the most interesting things, like we said, that is our archives. So what we want to do is we want to make stories of the archives, stories of the things that we store in the museum, because it's something that anybody would want to explore or see for themselves. And so what we are doing is we are making stories in video form for explaining to people how these archivals came about.
And it's going to be basically through social media.
Yeah. Thank you. And we forgot to.
I think that my feeling with your project is that you could it's a very good it's really strong. However, when I see the posters, I don't think this. When I see the face, the composition, the color, and so on, it's very hard for me to immediately think this is going to be a museum. I think more like this is like a Wednesday party taking place somewhere. But that is not to say that the design is not strong or that the ideas in it are very good, because I think they are. But it's basically this.
I totally agree with Paul. I think that the idea and the approach is very interesting. I think like even the theme already is interesting, but how are you proposing a museum or a content around that is one of the best things of the project. My personal feeling is that you're a little bit lazy, and with much work you could get it to the next level of the project, because I have the feeling that I'm showing like the first intentions in all the fields, and that shows in the presentation, because you are repeating the same thing again and again, because the same shapes are all the time repeating. And I have the feeling that it's lack of work, and it's not that you didn't have the time to do it. So I totally agree with him. Ideas and proposal, it's good. You really need to push that much forward. And in terms of the presentation, I did also a comment to another group. You have also to believe that the presentation itself is a project. It's not today. It's not just showing again to the teachers. It's your project, so it should be less basic and more thought as a presentation.
I don't know, I was just thinking that maybe it's because I'm under the influence of some drug. I think that it's a great project. I think it's a fantastic project. I think that you've been very brave in changing the path that you were following, the graphics in a graphic way. And I think that you've done an excellent research. And I think it's a very, very good project. For me, there is only one thing that maybe needs more explanation, is the fix. Because you were talking about just say no, or say no to drugs, and then suddenly the answer is the fix. So an explanation behind the name. The rest, I think that is excellent.
Thank you.
I'm back to the idea that the best thing here is the concept. I mean, the graphic literacy idea in opposition to the one on drugs and so on. I also agree with some of the comments that at some points, technically, compositions are kind of clumsy, but my main concern is about the tone. I mean, do you really think you're being neutral? I asked that myself. And the style is like really playful, which is a good thing. But at some point, I think, hey, this suggests that drugs are hip or drugs are fun.
I think we're being neutral because at many places like this, it wasn't, we couldn't like show you everything from all parts, but there are times when you have spoken about the harms or spoken about negative, just like telling the truth, which could be good or bad. So the way we are treating our content is very neutral. Maybe in terms of look or how it's designed, maybe could be right, yeah.
Was the claim yours?
Sorry?
The claim was created by you, the say no to drugs?
No, it's something that already is, it's not a campaign line, but it's something that we have like read while we were researching, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Me llamo Nuria. Primero de todo, quiero que os preguntéis cuál es la relación entre la tecnología y el diseño. Para entender esta relación, primero hay que entender qué es la tecnología. Cuando hablamos de tecnología pensamos en un futuro, en algo inalcanzable, pero la verdad es que la imprenta o el telar también son tecnología. Ante ellas, allá por el siglo XIX, surgió un movimiento llamado Arts and Craft para dar respuesta a una producción industrial mecanicista y deshumanizada, y a partir de allí fue cuando el diseño coevolucionó con la tecnología. La universidad trata de resolver retos que hay en la sociedad actual mediante la tecnología y el diseño, y los valores que se quieren aportar son la innovación, soluciones, la transformación y una colaboración entre tecnología y diseño. El público objetivo de esa universidad, los estudiantes, son personas que cuestionen constantemente las cosas, que sean curiosas, que estén atentas a los cambios y que sepan satisfacer las necesidades que hay en la actualidad. El desarrollo de estrategia de comunicación es basado en los dos hemisferios del cerebro, porque para crear se necesita pensar y para pensar se necesita cerebro, y tenemos el cerebro estructurado en dos hemisferios. El izquierdo es la parte más racional y la derecha la creativa. Y bueno, pues esto se podía relacionar fácilmente con la tecnología y el diseño. La tecnología es algo más de ingeniería, como un poco más científica y matemática, y el diseño pues es algo súper más creativo. Lo que se quiere representar pues es una unión entre ellos, una colaboración y una alianza. La universidad está creada, o sea, la identidad está creada por un random tipográfico. Se utilizan dos tipografías, la basítica medium y la romana BT, que sirven, bueno, se utilizan la basítica de palo seco para la tecnología y la romana para el diseño. Bueno, el logotipo no es fijo, es versátil, puede ir cambiando según la cantidad, o sea, si estás hablando más de tecnología, puede contener más tipografía de una que la otra, y formulada por siglas, pues el UTD también puede ir cambiando. Los colores que se utilizan dentro de la universidad son 6, siempre van a ir combinados con blanco, y esto también nos da una versatilidad y una amplia gama de colores para que sea un sistema un poco más ágil. El tipo de imagen elegido son imágenes de algún producto tecnológico, que haya un diseño detrás, y siempre va a haber una capa de color que nos dé un contraste entre ellas, y van a estar superpuestas con el color. Para la comunicación de la universidad se creó un vídeo que representa las dos partes del cerebro, y está realizado con distintos materiales que nos dan una unión de la tecnología y el diseño. Para la parte offline se crean unos pósters, donde aquí hay un ejemplo de un póster horizontal que cuando se habla de que la tecnología y el diseño son uno, que estás hablando de la universidad en general, se utiliza el sistema tipográfico de que haya la misma cantidad de tipografía de ambas y también que la composición de las imágenes estén centradas por el medio. Por ejemplo, aquí donde se habla más de tecnología, pues ocupa más parte de la composición la imagen de la izquierda y la tipografía de palo seco abunda más que la otra. También puede estar en un formato vertical, el sistema sigue siendo el mismo, con las mismas normas, y por ejemplo, pues cuando hablas de diseño y tecnología, pues pasa lo mismo, que el diseño ocupa más parte y le da más importancia. Para las tarjetas de los empleados de la universidad se utilizan los 6 colores de la propia universidad y según el departamento que puedes estar, por ejemplo, si estás en un departamento más creativo, pues va a ocupar, o sea, la franja va a ser, de color va a ser más ancha que el resto. Aquí podríamos ver una carpeta para los estudiantes o unas bolsas. Bueno, papelería básica, un pendrive. Y al inicio del curso, pues se les da a los estudiantes unos packs con un producto dentro, que son unos juegos hechos con metacrilato y cada caja contiene un juego distinto y uno sirve para, o sea, tiene solo una solución, solo hay una manera de resolverlo y esto pues implica que te va a desarrollar más la parte izquierda del cerebro que la otra. Y en la otra parte pues es un juego más creativo con distintas piezas que puedes ir formando formas distintas y bueno, gráficamente se resuelve con la tipografía de cada uno. Aquí no se mezcla porque representa que te desarrolla al 100%. Bueno, este es el interior. Y cuando tienes tu figura completa, pues le puedes dar la vuelta al packaging y puedes exponer la figura. El escaparate donde se encuentra el producto. Y bueno, para promocionar también e interactuar con la gente y con los alumnos, se creó una app para mobile, que es un juego que aquí a la vez pues tienes que controlar las dos partes del cerebro, tienes que estar constante en izquierda y derecha y saber coordinar bien la izquierda y derecha. La página web es informativa y puedes encontrar pues, los cursos que se hacen en la universidad, información básica sobre la universidad y gráficamente pues, está compuesta por 2 scrolls y puedes ir moviéndote a través de la página con estos 2 scrolls y la tipografía también te da un referente del contenido que vas a encontrar dentro. El menú es la única parte que es fija, que no tiene esos 2 scrolls, sino que comparte toda la web. Y bueno, al inicio pues hay un contraste también de imágenes para que den esa sensación de la partición. cuando le das clic al logo que está arriba a la izquierda, pues vuelves al inicio. Para la versión mobile, por no dividirla, o sea, al hacer los dos scrolls verticalmente, a lo que se hace es que tienes el scroll horizontal. Sí, pues te va ubicando y es más fácil y es más legible. Bueno, mensualmente la universidad edita unas revistas que están a disposición de los alumnos y cada mes pues trata sobre un tema distinto y bueno, pues gráficamente está resuelto con una sola imagen, con una partición en la portada con las dos capas de color superpuestas y bueno, tipográficamente, bueno, aquí hay otras versiones de portadas que, por ejemplo, sin fondo, cómo podría quedar el color. Y tipográficamente, pues los titulares están mezclados con las dos tipografías y así también tienes una idea de lo que te vas a ir encontrando, ¿no? Si hay un titular que tiene un poco más de romana, pues vas a saber que ahí vas a encontrar pues, un artículo que quizás hable más de diseño. Y bueno, el edificio es un edificio rectángulo que es geométrico y nos daba pues, la posibilidad de la partición por la mitad y con la colocación del logo arriba y era fácil de identificar desde el exterior. Bueno, aquí podríamos ver el logo aplicado, formulado por siglas en la puerta principal y un poco el sistema y la identidad de la universidad. Y la señalización pues la vas encontrando dentro con una pantalla que puede ser táctil o puedes interactuar tú con voz y que te va a ir guiando a medida que te vayas moviendo por el edificio.
Hola, me gustaría ver el mapa de la planta 1. ¿Dónde está el aula 3? ¿Qué hay hoy para desayunar en la cafetería?
Y bueno, aquí se podría ver otra pantalla y para las señales más direccionales pues hay la partición de color y las dos tipografías mezcladas. Y bueno, pues ahora es vuestro turno, no sé si tenéis alguna pregunta.
Voy
No, creo que eso, que has trabajado mucho, que el conjunto es como indiscutible. Y igual tal vez solo en el proceso, igual me pareció al principio que que te costaba salir de la primera idea, que costaba que desencasillarte un poco, no conformarte con lo primero que saliera, ¿no? Eso no quiere decir que esa idea luego no la trabajaras hasta la saciedad y perfeccionaras hasta el último detalle, pero desencasillarte, ¿no? Cuesta mucho. Y tal vez como consejo para el futuro, ¿no? Igual es eso, ¿no? Intentar hacer ejercicios para intentar romper contigo misma, ¿no? Es decir, intentar salir de tus casillas, ¿no? Porque luego lo que haces después lo haces perfecto, es que es indiscutible. Entonces, pues eso, ¿no? Igual es un buen ejercicio.
Yo coincido bastante. Mi sensación es que creo que has sido de estas estudiantes que han sufrido un poco durante el curso, porque todo te parecía un shock. A veces me da la sensación que te dábamos input que te sonaba un poco a marciano, no sabías muy bien cómo avanzar, pero creo que finalmente lo has sabido llevar a tu terreno. Yo estoy de acuerdo con los comentarios de que de los proyectos que seguramente veremos hoy, es de los que conceptualmente son más flojos, pero eso, a ver, hasta cierto punto no es ni bueno ni malo. El saber es que si tú eres así, ¿cómo lo compensas? ¿Cómo lo manejas de otra manera? Y en ese sentido creo que te costó, pero al finalmente, con lo que decía Xavi, saliéndote un poco de lo que de las primeras ideas y los primeros efectos, lo has llevado hacia un terreno de ejecución, de craft, de oficio, que ha hecho que finalmente el proyecto suba mucho, aunque sea más estéticamente que conceptualmente, pero el resultado formal es interesante y creo que es remarcable el tema de la dirección de arte fotográfica. Creo que empezaste con algo realmente muy básico, muy obvio. En realidad lo que le pasaba al proyecto era eso, es que era muy obvio desde el inicio, pero gracias, digamos, a la ejecución has podido ir sofisticando y el avance con la imagen y el avance con el color también te ha permitido que llegues a ese punto que comenta Pep de refinación.
No, suscribo todo lo que se ha dicho. Simplemente porque me parece digno de mención, lo voy a repetir, que la evolución pues, realmente que has tenido es notable. Y bueno, que al final cuando acompañas a alguien durante todo este proceso, pues se agradece. En cuanto al territorio conceptual, o sea, tú ya sabes que yo lo del cerebro no lo entendí nunca. Yo simplemente te recomendaría que explicaras el proyecto desde la otra óptica, es decir, desde la colaboración de dos áreas. Porque una vez estás ahí, pues ya está. O sea, es bastante legible y coherente y es una buena metáfora para ello.
Pienso que a nivel conceptual, o sea, yo la sensación que tengo es, claro, yo no estaba presente en todo esto, pero lo veo, empiezo viendo la identidad y a partir de que empiezan a aparecer las imágenes es cuando empiezo a sentir algo. Y esto, la sensación que tengo es porque al final en un inicio parece que se priorizaba una cosa muy matemática, o sea, matemática a nivel de mecánica de trabajo, ¿no? Tengo dos partes, que es tecnología, es diseño, estas dos partes forman como dos mitades del cerebro, de las dos tipografías, es todo como muy racional. Y en proyectos como estos, creo que es importante que no se deje de lado el tema de qué sensación tiene que dar. Y las imágenes aunan muy bien el tema del diseño y de la tecnología, como decía, que son súper apetecibles y de repente es como que entras de lleno.
Y los renders, que es un detalle, pero también son muy buenos todos en general.
Yo estoy de acuerdo con todo. Solo una cosa, el explicar un poco mejor, y yo no lo acabo de entender, la lección tipográfica de por qué la explica por la tecnología la romana para el diseño.
Por lo mismo que cree que cada parte del cerebro.
Ya, pero ¿por qué la romana?
Pero es una asunción que o te la crees o no te la crees, es un acto de fe. Créetelo y ya está. ¿Te subes o no te subes? Eso es lo que dice Santi, que es un tema de...
Eso lo digo explicarlo.
Bueno, la de palo seco también es más legible por pantalla, quizá, y la romana pues tiene más detalles que que pueden
Está bien,
ser.
la porta d'identità del sistema conjunto sí. Molt bé.
Yeah. Okay, so press this here. Yes? Yes.
Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Carolina.
I'm Elena.
Today we are presenting Anti-University. I want to start with a video that I'm pretty sure every one of you is familiar with. Everyone knows it, right? It's Pink Floyd. I think the message in this song is very clear. There is a problem in our educational system. The teacher comes in, says whatever he has to say, teaches whatever he has to teach, and leaves. Everybody's shaped to think the same way. There's no room for discussion.
So we want to go back to traditional definition of a teacher, the one who passes knowledge and not trying to impose ideology on his or her students. But we don't want to get rid of teachers whatsoever. Rather, we want to give everyone opportunity to become one. Oh, sorry.
So basically, we are an inclusive platform for knowledge exchange and discussion that follows progressive values through direct action. Our classes could happen anywhere, all over the world, and anybody could join as a teacher or as a student.
So Anti-University is about community. It's about social gathering. It's about giving lectures. It's about discussion. It's about trying to find a solution for social change. And sometimes it's also about fun.
Not only that, it's not only about education, it's about direct action. We want people to discuss, to form an opinion, to go to the streets, to fight for what they think is right.
So let's focus a bit on the word anti. Anti is a strong concept by itself, and it has many negative connotations. But we really want to get rid of this. We want to give our own interpretation. For us, antagonism is actually a positive concept and a force of change. You know how underground becomes mainstream, how opposition becomes the government. It's always a constant struggle, and it only can exist when democracy is depending on antagonism, on diversity, and on dissent. So for us, for every idea, for every statement, for every concept, there is an anti-idea, anti-statement, anti-concept. And instead of trying to ignore it and put everything on the average, we want to embrace this diversity. Another thing that we wanted to say is that anti-university is not an establishment, it's a community, it's people, it's the voices. So how do we express this visually? Where do we find raw statements and emotions? So for this, we decided to find references on the street, because we think that graffiti is one of few remaining ways of express yourself freely. And streets is the only medium where you can find true honesty and sincerity.
So let's talk a bit about our identity. It's randomized, completely randomized. It has multiple layers to show all these different voices inside Anti-University. And we are introducing handwritten elements. balance between this radical and chaotic and rules and following rules. So basically, we are using these handwritten elements when anti-anti is multiplied more than 2 times. So on the 3rd time, you're going to introduce the handwritten element, for example. So you can play with the composition.
But again, about finding balance. We don't only want to be chaotic, we also want to be a bit systematic and treat anti not as a word, but as a graphic element and play around with it visually.
For our typeface, we chose Formular. It's very eccentric, and we are using bold for headlines and regular for body text. The imagery we're using, we have cut out objects, cut out images with extreme contrast and a lot of noise, and some photography, always black and white and grainy.
And for communication, we developed these 3 principles that we follow through copywriting and conceptually developing all the applications. So it's always subversive versus destructive, cacophony versus monologue, and relative versus absolute. So branding, anti-capitalist, almost anarchist project seems like contradiction in terms. So we didn't want to just put a logo on every object that we create. Instead, we want every object to become a statement by itself. We wanted a medium to define the design and copywriting and not the other way around. This is more classic branding. We're using our system with handwritten elements. Also, our brochures mostly rely on copywriting, so it's like minimal and mostly typographic. We also developed stickers because the main challenge for us was to find new solutions more applicable to our projects. So instead of using business cards, we're using stickers. And these posters that serves as a course announcement. Here we use anti as a system and try to be more metaphoric and try to use it as imagery rather than just a logo.
After all these materials distributed on the street, where do people go? So we realized we needed a meeting point. For this reason, we created Anti-University's website. It's a platform that gathers all the courses, everything that is happening all over the world, in every location, and you can interact with other people, you can meet with your friends, you can talk. And the landing page is a video that we did. It forms a poem in the end, but it shows different perspectives of different people finding these messages on the streets.
I think it's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The thing is that I think that we cannot restart the completion.
Okay.
I think because if we do that, we will erase all
the presentations. I know. What do we do then?
Can we first quit somehow?
How? sorry.
¿Lo tienes cargado del todo?
Creo que sí, ya.
¿Ves más?
Igual luego. Back.
Para dar a las presentaciones. He's coming. Let's see if
Okay.
we can just-
Okay.
Of course it's us. Of course it's us.
It's okay. I don't know. I think the whole presentation has 1 gigabyte, like the same as
And
other
the video?
people.
But-
I'm not sure. We tested this morning. Yeah,
Start,
first quit,
yeah.
yes. Alex, can I have your external hard drive? No, someone. So. The computer crashed. Yeah. Yeah, man. My pen drive. He's restarting the computer. The video, I'm not sure. $50 megabytes. Deixa eu tirar a coisa da... You already replaced. Can you give it this to Alex, please? Do you want me to do it? Esse problema está sendo que tipo, tem muitas apresentações. O que é cache?
And right now, you can hear.
Just one.
Yeah, it's for Alex. Thanks, Anna.
Hola. Hola, hola.
Yeah, it works. It's mine. It has no space. I only have the fonts here. I know. Leave it there. Yeah? Can I see? Wow, this paper is very nice.
ممكن.
Where did you get it?
Derra.
Yeah, it's print shop.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard.
Yeah,
They have it there. Very nice.
Más o menos. No muchísimo.
Can I see this?
Yeah, sure.
This is what?
It's yours.
This one?
It's open. Like your microphone.
Ah, okay. Are the illustrations yours? The illustrations?
Yeah.
Are yours?
There are, I think there are
Yeah, me too. This is
Está muy
very
bien
nice.
la medida para
Más íntimo. Está muy bien esto.
You know Flavita
Wow.
Matana?
No.
Es como para really great.
¿Has visto esto?
Desde la última vez que la vi.
Very nice.
Ha dado un avance.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, of course.
No, ya.
Ah, okay.
I know it.
We have some papers here showing thing by thing. Yeah, it was like this before, no? I think it was like this before. Hello everyone, welcome back, and I'm sorry for what happened. As I was saying, we are going to show the video, which is the landing page for the website. It forms a poem in the end, so it's like different perspectives from different people finding these messages on the streets. Website, you log in, you have all this menu here in white background. Once you log in, you're going to see a black background. That means you are logged in and you are on your dashboard. You're seeing everything that is personal to your profile. You can check courses, you can filter by category, date, location, or see upcoming courses, past courses recommended to you based on your interests. Here you see they're all ordered by date, so all the upcoming courses. If you go to one course, for example, SUCX, you're going to see a description of what the course is about, who's hosting it, where it's going to happen, the categories, time. This is your profile, so you have many sections. If you choose, for example, Friends, is going to skip to Friends. And you can see the whole website is a horizontal scroll, so all the navigation is like that. So if you go back to the side menu, you're going to see all the information about the general project, how to attend, frequently asked questions, how the project started, and that's basically it.
So the big question is, how do we try to change the world outside of classroom? So we decided to create a series of posters that don't target actual and prospective students of IT university, but is rather directed at broader audience. So these posters explore different issues, and they're not really direct or obvious. We're just trying to give a food for thought for passers-by on the street.
So we've been talking a lot about protest. It's clear that there is no change if you don't fight for it. But we want to make this clear. We want to reach this change with a nonviolent protest, with nonviolent action. For this reason, we took the symbol of a violent protest, which is the Molotov cocktail. You all know what this is. So we took the symbol of a violent protest and subverted it to become a wise tool. So basically, it's a kit, and all the elements inside this kit, the bottle, kitchen matches, and the poster, they represent one of the issues, some issues that anti-university is trying to fight. For example, for the bottle, we have exaggerated consumerism. For the poster, we have abusive propaganda. For the kitchen matches, censorship. So they all together become the wise man's grenade. After developing the project, we saw this need of having all these million voices inside anti-university in one place. So we decided to create Antimatter magazine. It's a monthly magazine that addresses all these issues that anti-university is trying to fight, that we want to raise awareness. This issue, we are talking about feminism. So we have many opinion columns, essays, photo essays, and all the headlines are handwritten as well. We're using very tight margins.
Anti-Festival is a way for us not only to promote the project, but also to fund it. It's a festival that could happen anywhere in the world, and it's happening during nighttime. And for that, we created a signage system, and the biggest challenge for us was to come up with a solution that could be really cheap, could be happening in different cities at the same time, and also can work during nighttime. So we come up with projections. And to introduce some dynamic to already existing identity, we decided to use GIFs. So let's talk about future for a bit. What we're trying to achieve with this project is to try to revive this radical spirit of 1970s and kind of communicate this idea to a millennial generation that activism is not about hashtag politics or like trolling Trump in the comment section at 5 a.m. It's actually about going to the street and make sure that your voice is being heard.
We hope with the project that we raise awareness in people about things that usually passes unnoticed. And people join the project and start to make change. Any questions?
I have a couple comments. I think overall the identity is very striking, but in terms of the randomness, I feel that this is something that could be also applied to other places, that it could help sort of emphasize this idea of everything being up for grabs in a way. This is particularly clear, in my opinion, on the website, for instance, where everything seems a lot more static. Also, I commend you on the poster design. I think they are very, very bold and very striking. I think that it's an interesting exercise. In general, though, I have the feeling, also with the magazine, that the project has a lot of potential. You've done a lot of really good stuff, but at some point it lost a bit of momentum. It's like, I guess after a year working on the same things, you get a little tired of it. But it's the only thing that I feel with some of the pieces in the magazine. There's some really good stuff, and there's some other stuff where you feel, oh, this could go a little bit further.
Many.
and you know the black background and this graffiti like writing. I understand it because it matches better the mood of the project.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess this is the only university with such a dark image, but because it had, or because time was so tight, there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, for me, just as a general comment, the starting point I think is also very interesting as an alternative for education. For me, what the question raises itself in the concept of the university is how much this university like this should be designed or not, or control or not in terms of image and communication. And for me, which that represents like a really big and interesting challenge to work on it. Sometimes I have the feeling that you still are in the in-between, really like getting control of the identity or not getting control of the identity. And for example, as I understand, as Paul said, like all the poster work you did, which is quite interesting, but at the same time you're like signing in a corner, like if you don't really want to sign, but you feel that you have to put it.
Yeah.
So it feels there is still a little bit of awkwardness between how corporate or not corporate, or how an initiative like this should feel that there is somebody behind, like organizing or not doing it. So, but I guess there is no good answer to that more than just working and trying and trial and error. So I feel that also that with a little bit more time, probably you would achieve like a conclusion to that question. Okay, thank you.
Because I have no interest.
Is it gonna like stick out of my head?
It's better than carrying.
Okay. Hi everybody. If it's okay, I will present in English today. Feedback can be in Spanish, anything. So hi, I'm Veronica, and I'm going to present my idea to you about a museum. So first I'd like to talk about the world nowadays. And it's going at a very fast pace. There is a speed. And this speed leads to a lot of changes. And changes can be positive and negative, but we are having also a lot of problems. So how do we solve problems? So okay, this is a very big idea, and it's innovation. And it's very idyllic to say innovation could solve problems. So I will give a little example of how a small innovation, rather a reinvention, a rethought of something changed the world. So we have the car. And there was a man in America, Henry Ford, and he did not invent the car. The car was already there, the car was already used, but it was inaccessible for most people in the world. It was completely not thought of that, oh wow, one day I could have this in my home. But what he did is he used his ingenious, he used years of work, and at the age of 47, he finally made the car available to a lot of people on Earth. So we see the importance of a person and the importance of the power of one innovator that they can have. So I want to talk about these innovators. So what are innovators? Innovators are people who, first of all, question themselves a lot. They ask a lot of questions. They question all the concepts. They question how the world is. And for example, like Henry Ford was questioning, well, if the car exists, why is it not available for everybody? So what do these people need that question all these things? They need space. And what do they need the space for? They need it for thought, for inspiration, for study, experimentation, and creativity. And this sort of space is not only the physical one, but it's also the intellectual space. And another word for space is room, and this is where we get to my university, which is the Room for Technology and Design. So as a summary, really fast of what I just said, so we live in a constantly changing world, and we need young, curious innovators to effect changes in the world. And they need a space to experiment, research, learn, and be inspired, and that is what we give them. So I will talk a little bit about my visual strategy, where I take this global concept a bit into a very visual graphic way. So I joined these two things of the space and the curiosity people have. So I use a grid, which is very representative of a space that you have. It could be mental, it could be physical. And then I put elements on it. And I join them with a black line. And this black line is representative of the question. So here we see as how the identity develops. And this doesn't have one solution, it has many, because there's many ways of getting to a place. And this could be for different departments. Engineering, biotechnology, design, IT, everything that there is at the university would have a different way of having a logo. There's also a basic solution, which is for the more global applications. And well, there's very strict rules. For example, Helvetica Neue Heavy is for titles. And this is the font that we use. And it is also to give that sort of space for creativity. And there's a rule of black and white. The grid, of course, as I said already. And illustrations are to be made on this grid, followed by the grid only in black and white, following all the rules. And there's exceptions. So for everything, we need a few exceptions for editorial work. So for example, we can use photography, simple, smooth-toned, colored photography, illustration with a pop of color. And I will talk a little bit about the applications and how this whole system and idea applies to different areas. So I always would start with a little question, because that's sort of the campaign of my university, to question a lot. So how can we make paper without destroying the forest? Anyway, so we start with, this is how the basic applications would work. It is something, just, you know that you have this logo, it works, black and white, and you'll know it's from the university. And these are two examples of it. And then we start seeing how the grid could work differently. How you can get out of the whole, well, there's a system, but the system is not limiting you. So playing around with this concept. So such as these two ideas where you take a concept, such as, for example, here, a conference about repetition, and you do that using the grid. And now we'll get to the digital sphere of everything. So we have a website that's based on a grid, and when you enter, you find yourself in a place, and then the grid changes and allocates depending to the content. So here's the video. Oops, sorry. So you can get into all these areas, and all of the areas will tell you a little bit, a summary of what it's about. You can, it is mostly informative. It is for future students and people who are interested in the university. And you also have, well, future students, you have admissions, and now we will see a part of the other part, which is part of news and research, which is more of people who are just curious to know more. You get news about different things that are going on to keep everybody informed, keep this curiosity going in the university, about innovations, which is what the university is for. So anything that would get invented would be on this page, and there would be an archive, and it would be explained. Okay. So now we'll go on to how I take this concept into something more 3D, something more dimensional. So here's a question. Can you make 536 different squares from 12 polygons? And yes, that is right. And that is when a student would come to the university, they would get this game that is a puzzle where you get 12 different polygons, and you can form 536 different squares with it. And well, I wanted to do this because it shows the versatility of a grid, but in a 3D space. So you still have the same square grid, always the same, but a way of breaking it and a way of rebuilding it and building it. So that takes the concept to something a little different. And also, of course, it's stimulating, and you can always create new things. And yes. So, and then the next part is editorial work. So, this. So can you challenge yourself to read faster? And what I wanted to do in this issue is do a monograph of only every month there would be something that would come out, a topic. So for example, the one I'm showing to you is about water. And what it has is, first of all, articles that first introduce you to the topic, then you get deeper into the topics, a photo report to connect you emotionally to the issue, and at the end some questions to make you think about it as well. So it gives you data, which is something for you. It's not for interpretation. Data is just, and then it also gives you the photo reportage and everything. So, and then we go into the physical space. And how many steps will you take today? And this is where the whole concept, well, where we get to the university. So this is how it would look like. And we use the grid for all the signage, and it is used in a very simple way here. And it is with a modular system where you could be, if you have a lab or if you have a room, you could be changing what is going on there at the moment. And you can also take the grid into a more 3D object, such as this cube, which would help you locate where you are. And a more clear use of the grid as well. So just a few options of how the signage would work. And then something that ties the concept together is there's this small explanation for what is the importance of a question. And this is done in a very abstract way. It's an introduction video that could be used on the digital sphere of the university. For example, if you would have a video, you could put this at the start of an introduction. So, and this just explains to you how a question turns into an idea. So I think I went really fast, but so now there's room for questions and answers.
Hi. So I guess my question would be that I think in terms of design, it's all in its place and it's very well delivered and it's well designed. My question comes from the beginning of the project where you say, well, this is going to be, you call it a room, and it's going to be super exciting place where scientists and design are going to get together and so on and so forth. But then your design decisions are to go with black and white, Helvetica, and everything gridded.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm not saying this is wrong. I think in your presentation there's very little explanation about why, trying to express a super vibrant environment, you decided to go for the kind of straightforward, most restrictive environment you could in terms of design.
Yeah. Okay, should I explain that? Well, so I thought at the start I was thinking exactly the same, and I thought, but then again, what is a way for like anyone to do anything they want, and that is giving them something very blank. And yes, I thought the grid was restrictive at the start, but later on I thought there are many options when you do have a grid. So, and it was also the reflection, this grid and this rectangular sort of concept was just to reflect the fact that it's a space, it's a room, it's more architectural, and there you have these containers to put things in, and that was the concept.
Okay, what I appreciate in your project, it's knowing your background, right? It wasn't like in graphic design, how you get to rule yourself in the project. And finally, I think that you decided, following maybe what Pablo was asking, to get a very straightforward and very basic decisions, and how from there you could have many options. So for me, I understand your project more in this idea of an effort of how, let's say, in a wide environment for you, you were able to set certain order, and even I think in my view, and I think that in the view of all the teachers, of course it looks kind of basic by the decisions you took regarding the cover fee, grid, and that. It give it certain clumsiness, but I think it's kind of charming. The feeling is that I think that you should, if you would consider this project in the future, I think that you have to go one step forward and give you much more freedom of expression following those rules that you have set, which on one way can be restrictive, but on the other way there is always the idea or the quest of looking more inside this frame space.
Thanks. I just want to say that with the huge project we had a tough process. But one thing that I must be critical on it is that you managed really to go with the questions. Maybe I'm not so sure of this question mark of a differentiation literary perspective, but what I gotta say that sometimes questions can be placed also with images. Maybe I missed this part, the importance of the image, because it's much more emotional than a few words. And for the rest, I think the system is working, but I think it could take it much farther with the image. That's my only concern.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hey.
Pay attention to your, because Veronica didn't say anything, but your presentations are distorted.
Yes.
Okay.
Try to arrange before you start this, because then all your presentation is going to be in distortion.
No, we have already fixed it.
You're sure?
Yeah. Did you feel that? There's too many stress here. So let's do a simple exercise to help you get rid of it. Just breathe in and breathe out, okay? So breathe in, breathe out. One more time. Breathe in, breathe out. Are you feeling better now? So okay, we start. So hello, I'm Anna.
Hello, I'm Francisca, and we are presenting our museum. But before we start, we want to ask you some questions. Are you satisfied with your current life?
Good.
Have you ever think about your mental health?
Good to hear that.
And are you stressed by something now? Yeah, me too, don't worry.
Yeah. And one more question. Have you ever thought about killing yourself? We can talk about that later, okay? So, like, I have the same problem. Like, years ago, I was thinking about killing myself from morning till night.
I didn't know what happens to me, but I just feel sad and depressed. Like, I told my friend, but I didn't tell my friend that I want to kill myself, but I told them that I'm sad, I'm not happy, can you help me? My friends are nice. They try to make me happy, but you know, like, friends are always busy. They cannot accompany you every day. Imagine, what if, like, one day you want to kill yourself and your friend is not together with you? We are all in the urban city which has a rapid pace of living. Like, we eat fast, we talk fast, we think fast. We barely have time to think about ourselves. Like, usually, we will neglect our mental health. So that's the reason why we want to set up a museum, Unwind Museum.
Unwind Museum is a place that shows a particular lifestyle, slow living. It encourages us to reclaim our time and devote it to whatever gives us joy and meaning. It isn't about luxury, but about what we lose ourselves in order to find ourselves.
Maybe you ask me, what is in the museum? Like, we all know, museum is a place to learn, right? And we divide it into another meaning.
And also a place to play.
So in our museum, basically we have two parts. The exhibition part
and workshop part.
So how we do it? We do it into the 5 senses, because we think the 5 senses are the basic skills that people can learn from the outside world. Vision. In the exhibition part, we're going to show examples of how people living a slow life.
In the workshop part, we collaborate with many visual artists. Art is no more away far from you.
Smell. We collect more than 100 pieces of the smell of nature, then you can smell all the kind of nature like in one time.
And in the workshop part, you can record your favorite smell and add to our collection.
Taste. Here we're showing people how to make slow food. You are not only a visitor, but you can also participate in our museum and taste the food we made.
And in the workshop part, we have many courses for how to make slow food, for let you far away from the fast food.
Feel. Like every exhibition, we're going to show like all kind of new material that you can come, touch, and feel, and feed your curiosity.
Here you can express yourself by touching, creating and transforming the material.
Sound. We have an auditorium room like this, but better one. And here you can listen to the sound. It's a perfect place to relax.
And in the workshop part, you can join to a group and talk about your problems.
Okay. So how we make it? Like, as you know, like our name of our museum is Unwind, which means relax. But like we translate into another meaning, which is in Spanish, a wind, right? So what is like unwind, a wind, relax? So like this is the feeling that we get. That is, you know, like a head of a gentle breeze to your face. You are so super free and relaxed, like floating. So how we translate it into graphic language? That is like this. We make the characters floating in the air. They're going to changing the position and the size at all time. So this is our logo, and this can be our logo too. So they are changing all the time. Vertically, they're going to move around in the following the proper zone.
And horizontally, they can adapt to different size of the applications.
Since we have 6 characters, so we divide it into 7 columns. Like each character, they are going to walk around, move around in this area. And now I show you how we work with the text and image, which is you have all the image and the text like following the grid. If you want to have a bigger image, it's okay, but you have to make it, you know, have the overlap. So the typeface we're using is Avenir, which is fit our idea. And I think you can realize we have already used it in the logo. Then we define the brand personality.
carefree, peace.
Free and gentleness. Because of this, we have to decide our key color, which is white. Yeah. And the art direction of the image we're going to use, which is all using this kind of white, blankness, and emptiness pictures.
And this is our application, the business cards.
As you can see, they are different.
This ticket from our museum. The posters for the exhibition for each sense and for the workshop too.
Because we have the exhibition part and the workshop part, so we have to different the poster of the exhibition and the workshop. So in the exhibition part, we're going to use only one big image and a big character to visualize it. And in the workshop part, we're going to use a series of small images that you can know more about the detail of the workshop than you can participate in.
And some merchandising, the t-shirt and bag. Other elements like the paper bag, the app, the website and the CD. And overview of all the applications. Here you can see how our identity works.
And we publish a book which has the same idea of our museum. Here you go.
Inside, you can feel the power of slow living by showing many articles related, like slow travel, photography, furniture, reading, and slow food. So, in our magazine, you can feel our concept.
The power of slow living. And if you want to find us, if you want to get more information, to know us, you can find us on our website. We have two versions, which is a horizontal version in the computer and a vertical version in the phone. Here's the homepage that you can see all the exhibition information of the past, of the now, and of the future. If you are curious about the current exhibition, you click and you see all the exhibition now. When you move your mouse aside, you can see a little more detail of the exhibition. And if you're curious about this one, you just click and see more detail of the information. And on the right corner, on the top, you can have the menu. Then you can see the exhibition, about us, workshop, store, and tickets. Then you can either buy the tickets online or book the workshop there. If you click About Us, you can see the introduction of our museum. And when you scroll, you can see the video of our museum to feel the atmosphere. Since our museum is based in Barcelona, you all know, Barcelona is a fast developing city. It's urban, it's with a lot of tourists. It shouldn't be slow, right? But see how we took the angle of slow living in our video. So now I think more or less you know more about our museum, right? So if you like our museum, you want to buy something from our museum, you can like buy it online in the website. Here you can go to the store and see the product that we have. You can either buy the magazine that I show you here, or you can buy the condiments of the salt here. If you click inside, you can see more detail. Then you can see the information there, and you can see more detail of the image of here. Like the front we use, we put like the same of our identity, and the back we put a point. We're using bamboo and acrylic to make the contract. The idea of making this is because salt is the most important condiment of the slow food. So, and the idea of making this packaging is also because we want to live poetically. So we made the installation of it to make you feel more about our packaging, which is having a long point about life and about living, and a lot of salt.
Or if you want, you can go to our museum and feel the atmosphere.
You can go inside from here, you can see the poster outside, and yeah.
And as you know, we are using the light and shadow as the material for signage. So we hope that you all are enjoying our museum.
So this is our museum, Unwind Museum, Museum of Slow Living. If you have anything related with your mental health, if you are not happy, we encourage you that you can all come to our museum and feel the slow living, okay? So it's a question and answer.
I have one comment.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into detail in design
Yeah.
and so on and so on, but I found very interesting the fact that you began by showing an image that sort of inspired you, the thing with the clothing that was hanging from the spring and flowing in the breeze.
Yeah.
That I think is an approach. I mean, I don't think that is the only approach to
Yeah.
identity design, but I think it's interesting that you pursued first sort of sensation and then try to apply that to the graphic design. I'm not going to get into whether it's successful in achieving that perfectly, but I think it's an interesting way to tackle this.
I gotta say that I personally like the animation of the logo guy, but I think the idea was nice, but the execution wasn't that nice because you're talking about something relative that is cartographic. It goes up and down, left and right. Maybe if it was more free, it would be much more interesting. I think you had a nice idea. On the other side, I think all the imagery and all the visual direction is a bit too fluffy, in my opinion. It should be more like conscious.
Okay.
Because it looks like slow, it's just rather like simple or fake or empty, but it doesn't mean to look like that. Slow means other things too.
Okay, yeah.
Once I have this global view for the project, maybe I found you miss the opportunity maybe of create a community, something like I don't know, maybe in a magazine or somewhere. Maybe we could create the community of slow living. That's only one point to a global strategy. Place the representation and good images also. So inspiring.
I think that it could have been much more radical, because it's at the end all the applications are quite standard, a lot of mock-up. I think that you could have forced the visitor or forced the general public to pay more attention to the details, okay, to force people to stop and in order to have a slower life. I think that it's a good beginning, but I think that it needs to be a little bit.
Okay.
I agree with Rosetta, but I just wanted to add a comment about the magazine.
Mhm.
Because it's the first time that I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I think here
Yeah.
I think that if putting together what just Sandy said and what Pep said before, I think that what required this project is to go away from what is obvious.
Yeah.
And I think that you still sometimes fall in the obvious thing. Maybe it's because lack of knowledge, of like, another example for me very clear was the video.
Mm-hmm.
Like the video, the most interesting part were the credits.
Mm-hmm.
How we use images to illustrate credits, and those images were changing. It's a little bit what you decide in your index with your magazine, and I think that this is what Pep was saying. It's you have to go to these routes to go out of the standard things.
Thank you for the presentation. It was fun.
Yeah, you're a beast for presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yo me pongo esto.
Buenas, me llamo Dila.
Bueno, entonces hoy lo que venimos a hablaros y lo que venimos a proponeros es una alternativa. Una alternativa en cuanto a cómo veis vosotros, ya que sois también diseñadores, vuestro día a día. Venimos a hablaros básicamente de un centro en el que proponemos una alternativa a la enseñanza en materia de diseño, pero donde también se trabaja y también se vive. Este centro se llama Duco y, como podéis entender por el nombre, anima a hacer actividades colaborativas. Este centro se ubica en el edificio Walden, el Walden City, aquí en Barcelona, el cual fue construido con un propósito colaborativo y de convivencia para los vecinos que habitan en él. Y, disculpad. Y bueno, y tal vez os preguntéis por qué crear pues, un centro de estas características o por qué con este matiz colaborativo. Ahora sí, Tony Wagner, vale. Pues según Tony Wagner y unas investigaciones que realizó hace unos años, la capacidad colaborativa es una de las capacidades más interesantes para los trabajos del futuro. Esto nos pareció un buen punto de partida para ver que actualmente en la sociedad estos cambios en cuanto a cómo la sociedad afronta esta forma de colaborar empiezan a hacerse más visibles. Tenemos, por ejemplo, las plataformas Airbnb, tenemos BlaBlaCar, todo esto de tipo de economía colaborativa. E incluso tenemos centros donde ahora se comienza a trabajar, como los workshops. De hecho, disculpad, los coworkings. Y de hecho, Barcelona es la segunda ciudad de Europa con más espacios dedicados a coworkings. Y diréis, vale, pues entonces precisamente lo que no tenemos que hacer es instaurar un centro completamente igual a lo que abunda en Barcelona. Sería una estupidez en la que no vamos a caer. Por lo tanto, partimos de la base de que Duco es un centro en el que se desarrollan tanto actividades de coworking, actividades de co-learning y actividades de co-living, de trabajo, de aprendizaje y de vivencia, todas ellas de forma colaborativa. Entonces, disculpad otra vez, el reto que nos planteaba, al igual que les ocurriría a nuestros compañeros de Plan B, de cómo afrontar a partir de esta idea la convivencia y esta colaboración que se da en el centro de forma física, esto cómo lo podemos llevar
a la identidad gráfica, tanto online como offline. Partimos de un sistema que comienza con un código de colores. Todos los colores escogidos están basados en los del edificio y tenemos uno principal, que es el verde oscuro, que encontramos bastante presente en el Walden y que también tiene una decisión de haber escogido este color por un tema estratégico en cuanto a que no hay no hay centros en lo que es Barcelona que se apropien un poco, digamos, de este color verde. Seguidamente tendríamos la parte de co-learning que se asocia con un color salmón, la parte de co-living que se asocia con un color gris y la parte de coworking que se asocia con un color azul. A partir de este código de colores escogido, distribuimos las aplicaciones, que son cada una individual, en un sistema de capas. Este sistema de capas puede cambiar en cuanto al orden, según nos convenga resaltar una información u otra. Sin embargo, diréis, vale, pero las cosas se tapan, cierto. Por ello contamos con un pequeño índice donde en todas las aplicaciones, sobre todo de comunicación, contamos con la información esencial para que cuando se genere esta superposición de capas no nos perdamos nada. Y este sistema se puede desarrollar tanto de forma horizontal, ya sea en esta disposición o en cualquiera que se nos pueda ocurrir, o también de forma diagonal, siempre dejando visible toda la zona de lo que son los índices. Sin embargo, una cosa súper importante de este sistema es entender que estas aplicaciones, al estar construidas de forma individual, tienen que tener alguna forma de convivir juntas y que no se separen. Por ello, lo que hacemos es incluir un sistema de unión en todas ellas, ya sea en este ejemplo una cinta, unos binders o un clip, que tal vez os pueda parecer un elemento muy pequeño, como una nimiedad. Sin embargo, en nuestro proyecto más adelante podéis ver que tiene un peso más allá de simplemente pues, lo anecdótico que probablemente pueda ser este elemento, y que digamos que recoge un poco esta idea del centro. El centro, el color principal es el verde y este elemento de unión, digamos, es el que recoge las aplicaciones. Aquí tenemos un ejemplo de un manual de comportamiento del centro, donde el elemento de unión que se usa es un cosido verde, en el interior estaría el resto de áreas. O, por ejemplo, aquí tenemos las portadas de de un flyer de actividades.
Bueno, es una libreta de actividades en la que tenemos un poco un resumen de todo el año y que sigue teniendo esta idea de la unión, ¿no? O sea, parece ahora un detalle, pero luego veremos que es algo significativo. O sea, lo que queríamos reflejar con la identidad un poco era esta convivencia que se da a nivel de áreas y a nivel de personas. Entonces, preguntaréis, ¿esto cómo lo podemos pasar a un ámbito online, un ámbito más digital? El caso es que sí que se puede hacer a través de un sistema de capas en los que los miembros tan actuales como los miembros futuros de este centro podrán navegar independientemente de lo que más les interese, y pues es una web principalmente informativa que pueden ir navegando, como decíamos, con el sistema de capas, reflejando un poco la convivencia esta que comentábamos, y creemos que un centro como el nuestro, lo ideal sería que la colaboración surgiera de manera personal, de manera presencial, ¿no? Pero también veíamos interesante dotar a la página web de algunas funciones como tablero digital, facilitar esas colaboraciones, facilitar esos trabajos colaborativos que puedan surgir. Tenemos aquí jobs en el caso del coworking, o tenemos colaboración en el caso del co-learning, y en caso de que se perdieran un poco en esta navegación un poco innovadora o extraña, diferente, tendrían, como no, el burger en el que se abre un menú, está todo resumido en un índice en el que también explican un poco las áreas, etc. Entonces, nos parecía interesante, más allá de una web informativa, de alguna manera generar contenido de calidad. O sea, al final una web informativa de cara a SEO y a temas más técnicos, le interesa que tenga contenido más largo, que sea más interesante. Esto lo hacemos gracias a que tenemos un equipo de redacción y hay una publicación que habla sobre la gente del centro. Esto es lo que llamamos Roomies, que es una publicación que habla principalmente de las personas que están conviviendo allí, dan a conocer a estas personas que entran al centro y como hilo conductor principal tiene las consecuencias del convivir. O sea, da a conocer a estas personas y también tiene otro contenido periférico. Como era una publicación para el centro, no nos interesaba mantener tanto la identidad y hemos tirado por una ilustración un poco más a mano, que de alguna manera te lleva algo más casero, y todas las portadas van un poco en estas situaciones pues, en las que se refleja una convivencia, un objeto o un concepto. El del medio es un objeto real. Y, como decíamos, son entrevistas, 3 entrevistas principales en las que se presentan a estas personas, cada una con su diferente estilo gráfico, dentro de una coherencia tipográfica, de retícula. Y nos parecía interesante, ya que hacíamos una publicación impresa, de alguna manera añadir un poco contenido propio, o sea, no simplemente coger contenido, sino generar el nuestro. Hemos contado con la colaboración de 2 diseñadoras y pues le hemos hecho una entrevista simulando que son nuestras roomies y nos han explicado un poco cosas de cómo abordar un trabajo de diseño, al final montando una fiesta en casa de unos compañeros, o cómo conviven en el día a día. Son 2 chicas que conviven mucho y tenían bastante claro respecto a este tema. Y el contenido periférico y la dirección de arte gira un poco en torno a esta portada, ¿no? O sea, en el caso de este número tenemos este concepto de los calcetines, del juego de pies, y hemos intentado buscar contenido que apoyara un poco eso. También hay otro contenido periférico que habla tanto de cosas domésticas como comunidades pequeñas, y como decíamos, la portada y la contraportada siguen haciendo el mismo juego, simplemente dándole un nuevo enfoque a la portada y enseñándola de otra manera. Tenemos una cita y un calcetín escaneado, como algo doméstico.
Vale, y del mismo modo en el que vimos interesante tener una publicación por y para el centro, vimos también que sería muy interesante generar un propio método de unión por y para el centro. Es por ello que aquí tenéis Easy Peasy. Easy Peasy es una pequeña junta que sirve para la construcción de espacios, sirve para la construcción de muebles, sirve para unir cosas. Y la hemos creado también nosotros, hemos hecho los diseños y está impresa en 3D. Y es súper fácil de usar, por como se entiende el nombre. Básicamente lo único que se necesita es la pieza, el tornillo, la tuerca y la llave Allen, que todo esto viene incluido en el pack. Y la forma en que se resuelve el packaging es de la siguiente forma, debido a que lo que queríamos mostrar con esta pieza y con este proyecto es mostrar el uso, a través de que la propia pieza junte las partes del packaging. Del mismo modo en el que se está viendo el uso, también nos puede dar una idea de qué podemos llegar a construir con él. Sin embargo, nosotros en lo que es nivel packaging hemos querido resolverlo con cartón para que las piezas sean completamente desechables y sean reciclables, y dar rienda suelta a que quien compre este pack pueda crear lo que él quiera. En este caso estamos viendo el pack de 6 piezas, por lo tanto está creando este tipo de montaje. Sin embargo, este cambia cuando el pack es de menor piezas o de mayor número de piezas. Y en él tenemos la información de dónde está hecho, pues un poco lo que incluye y un poco especificidades técnicas. Y debido a que queríamos seguir con la coherencia de que es una pieza fácil de usar, también queríamos que el producto, o lo que es el packaging, fuera fácil de producir. Por lo tanto, tanto el corte como el grabado de este cartón está hecho de forma, a la vez en corte láser.
Vale, un apunte. O sea, esta cosa que decíamos antes de elemento de unión es lo que decimos que aquí no es un elemento tan pequeño. O sea, al final estos elementos de unión se lleva a lo largo del proyecto y viene un poco a reflejar este centro como un elemento que de alguna manera liga a estas personas y a estas áreas.
Vale, entonces, partiendo de este elemento que realmente nos es súper útil en cuanto a packaging, vimos que tenía un gran filón como sistema de construcción para llevarlo más allá e incluirlo en la propia infraestructura del centro. Es por ello que lo usamos para generar también un sistema de señalética. Vale, por ello contamos con una señalética creada en placas de madera de forma modular que gracias al Easy Peasy se pueden anclar fácilmente a la pared. Entonces podemos encontrarnos en el edificio señales como estas, donde el propio uso de este material y de esta pieza nos genera incluso unos pequeños huecos para, en este caso, usarlos de buzón para lo que son las salas, en este caso la librería y una sala, o incluso en la zona de ping-pong para guardar las raquetas. Este sistema no solo sirve de anclaje en este pequeño formato, sino que va un poco más allá y en el caso de que necesitáramos una señal especial para algún evento o necesitáramos retirar o añadir información, el sistema permite hacer estos cambios y hacer estas inclusiones. En este caso esto es información que añadimos porque en la planta se realiza un evento de coworking e incluso nos lo podemos llevar un poco más allá debido a que la versatilidad nos permite crear construcciones, en este caso en el hall del edificio, donde tenemos un gran espacio abierto y pues, nos permite realizar este tipo de instalaciones. En este caso esto se trata de un punto de encuentro donde no solo posicionamos lo que es el directorio principal del edificio, sino también una pequeña guía y una pequeña leyenda para poder moverte por el edificio sin problema en cuanto al código de color. Y, como hemos comentado antes, como contamos con este sistema de unión, nos permite añadir a esta, digamos, estructura la gráfica que hemos comentado anteriormente sin problema. Esto sería también la parte de detrás, con los detalles. Vale, y una vez os hemos mostrado un poco cómo tocamos todas las partes en cuestión de co-learning, co-living y co-working, diréis, vale, pero bueno, o sea, como en todo, en este tipo de centros no solo está A, B y C, sino que ocurren muchísimas más cosas dentro, ocurren muchísimas más actividades colaborativas. Entonces nos pareció interesante desarrollar una pieza audiovisual donde se recogieran algunas de ellas. Por lo tanto, aquí va. El audio.
The Decoinator.
Espera, lo vuelvo a poner.
Not just a word transformer, but a community creator. So, let's see what happens.
Y bueno, ahora os dejaremos con un resumen de todo lo que es lo que hemos estado viendo y si tenéis alguna pregunta o queréis comentarnos.
Muchas gracias. Increíble presentación, tenéis muy buenas otras comunicativas. Creo que los dos hacéis un gran cambio, ¿no? Habéis hecho cada una de las piezas es interesante y es un entretenimiento para mí ver una presentación así, creo que para el resto también. Creo que cada pieza está muy bien solucionada. No es eso que dices ahí, pues
Bueno, está o sea, dices esta o en general la que es
Bueno,
una identidad, ¿no?
La que tiene varias formas distintas, la circular,
Sí.
el triángulo, la otra, no sé.
Bueno, de alguna manera nos llevaba
Si
un...
aporta algo, y por eso quería preguntar porque la habéis
Sí, sí, no queríamos centrarnos en cuestiones como súper tipográficas y tal para no... Sí, no, simplemente, de hecho, la Archetype Renner fue escogida precisamente porque nos casaba muy bien con el centro. Tenía una serie de ángulos, o sea, súper de 90 grados o incluso una serie de curvas que nos recordaba un montón al edificio y nos daba un poco ese mood. Entonces, por ello...
Eran detalles que al final,
Sí,
o sea, cuando se
detalles.
ven pequeño tampoco se va a notar. O sea, en grande a lo mejor sí que genera un carácter, como la M y todo esto, pero luego tampoco, o sea, en pequeño tampoco.
También.
Yo simplemente, o sea, puedo afirmar todo lo que han dicho los compañeros. Simplemente destacar también esta idea del elemento de unión, ¿no? Como principal elemento de la identidad, ¿no? Que igual al principio no os habéis mantenido en vilo cuando nos decíais que el clip y el canutillo iban a ser... íbamos a entender el porqué, ¿no?
Sí.
Y a mí me parece una idea muy potente, ¿no? El hecho de que lo más destacado de esta identidad no es un logo, un símbolo, sino que es un objeto que une, que sirve para unir, ¿no? Y esto a mí me parece lo más potente de un proyecto.
Añadiría lo que dice Xavi, que la parte como metafórica más fuerte es eso, la unión y esta especie de omnipresencia de las tres áreas, los tres polos, como le llaméis a esto.
Sí.
Sí que es verdad que en algunos momentos igual hubiera estado bien estar súper concentrados en encontrar la pinta verde y haber dedicado tiempo a hacer este tipo de cosas. Cuando la tipografía se transforma en objetos y nos imaginamos, ostras, me saqué un poco.
Sí.
Creo que es algo que enriquece el sistema y que
Vale.
Es algo que antes también teníamos como un poco más, aquella R que de alguna manera... Sí, pues ha quedado un poco bueno. La chica, ¿no?
Gracias.
Yo quería... Yo, estando de acuerdo en general, voy a hacer un poco de voz disonante. Voy a hacer de Risto Mejide. No, creo que a mí el proyecto, como han dicho Xavi, lo más potente me parece la idea de la unión. Creo que en cuanto a la resolución gráfica, habéis hecho un proyecto un poco lo que le tocaría hacer. Y creo que teniendo las capacidades que tenéis, desde la perspectiva puramente de resolución gráfica, a mí me falta una aportación, porque tiene la pinta de un montón de cosas que están pasando hoy, ahora, ¿no? Y no es que tenga nada en contra de eso, simplemente creo que, hombre, a mayores capacidades, más hay que empujarse hacia aportaciones de diseño pura y dura, ¿no? Y entiendo que la aportación aquí está, conceptualmente hay ideas muy potentes, pero no puedo evitar ver que tenéis capacidad y que por lo tanto habría que empujaros a que la aportación de diseño fuera un poco más genuina o diferenciadora, ¿no? Y esa es mi sensación, que digamos no ha estado tan en el guion.
Yo lo que quería decir, aparte, la verdad es que estoy bastante de acuerdo con lo que han dicho. Quería destacar dos cosas. Una es, y creo que también hay otros proyectos, pero creo que en el vuestro me gusta como la libertad que habéis tenido, la transversalidad, habéis sido muy cabezones con la pieza industrial y no sé cuántos millones le habéis dedicado a todo eso.
Bastante.
Eso está muy bien.
Bastante.
A mí, digamos, a nivel casi como de deseo de futuro, que creo que va en la línea de lo que os decía Pablo ahora. Yo creo que sois diseñadores gráficos, habéis tenido ganas de demostrarlo y os centráis ahí, pero tenéis que hacer, creo que lo que os queda, me da la sensación que no hemos, hay un poco de frustración por mi parte, creo que no hemos conseguido este año con vosotros, pero bueno, tenéis mucho tiempo por delante, es que sepáis construir vuestros discursos. O sea, alguno ha dicho que las presentaciones estaban bien, sí, obviamente estaba bien, os lo habéis currado, pero dejar de explicar los proyectos un poco como basar los proyectos en una idea y sobre todo explicarla bien y que no os perdáis en el detalle del craft, que eso está muy bien, pero para vuestros colegas diseñadores, para los demás. Pero se nota que habéis trabajado, le habéis puesto muchas ganas y muchas horas delante.
Gracias.
¿Sacó el focus? ¿Cuál es? ¿Cuál es? Ah, el pequeño. ¿Es el pequeño? ¿Es el pequeño?
Es el pequeño.
Toma. ¿Lo quieres? ¿Cuál es el...? Este no está en ¿Está activado? ¿Hola? Sí, está activado.
¿Está en modo?
No, está activado. ¿Ese es el vuestro? Ok. Cómoda con esto.
Hola, somos Arnau y Eva y venimos a hablaros de una cosa que probablemente os suena mucho a todos. Y es que tener que decidir qué hacer en el futuro es una decisión muy difícil, más sobre todo pensando en que igual ni siquiera sabes qué vas a hacer mañana. Y realmente estamos empujados constantemente a tomar decisiones muy trascendentales para nuestro futuro a edades muy tempranas, con igual no demasiada perspectiva y sobre todo sin tiempo suficiente para elegir. Entonces nos encontramos un poco en una situación de socorro, ayúdame, ¿qué hago? Y creemos que hemos llegado a la conclusión de que necesitamos abrir un espacio entre los estudios obligatorios y los estudios superiores o lo que te quieras dedicar en la vida para encontrar realmente qué es eso que quieres hacer, tu vocación, tu futuro y que sea tu propio camino y que no caigamos en futuros prefabricados, que no caigamos en una lista de carreras universitarias y decir qué es lo que menos me disgusta, voy a elegir esto porque voy a tener un buen sueldo. No queremos esto, por eso os proponemos What If, Self-Orientation School. What If es un espacio abierto a la orientación en el que tú vienes a aprender haciendo. O sea, estamos por el Learn by Doing y vienes a nuestro espacio a probar muchísimas cosas para realmente tomar una perspectiva y poder elegir conscientemente qué es lo que va a ser tu futuro y que vas a ser feliz con ello.
Bueno, nuestro sistema gráfico siempre funciona con primero el nombre, después tenemos el contenido y finalmente tenemos el baseline. Esta estructura forma como un sándwich, ¿no?, en que permite que el what if contenga siempre propuestas diferentes, porque el what if es un call to action, ¿no? Y esto enlaza directamente con nuestra estrategia, que es querernos diferenciar de otros centros en que nosotros no imponemos caminos, no te decimos puede ser esto, puede ser lo otro, ¿no? Nosotros te decimos posibilidades y te animamos, apelamos directamente al target de que piense y sea libre en crear sus propios futuros y sus propios caminos. Por lo tanto, realmente no vemos como el alumno que está debajo, sino que realmente está al mismo nivel que el centro y lo empoderamos, ¿no? Le sugerimos que cree y le animamos que lo haga ya, ¿no? Aquí tenemos un ejemplo del sistema, otra vez. Esta vez el contenido no es tipografía, sino es fotografía y mantenemos ese elemento de contrastar lo que es el baseline, el nombre y el baseline con el contenido utilizando el color, ¿no? Además, no solo se contrasta del baseline y el nombre, sino de otros what if, que tendrán otros colores.
Bien, What If es nuestro nombre y diréis por qué es en inglés. Es una escuela que está basada en Barcelona, pero aún así hemos querido darle cierta proyección internacional y sobre todo abrirla a que vengan invitados de fuera, por lo que hemos tomado la decisión de que toda la comunicación sea en inglés para poder abrirlo al acceso de las diferentes culturas que nos rodean.
Exacto. Además, el bocatas no solo se extiende en el logo, sino también en toda la identidad. Y, por ejemplo, en este flyer vemos como la portada empieza con un color negro y la contraportada es de color negro también. Y lo que contiene es el what if del propio flyer. O sea, siempre jugamos con la idea del contenido que propone una pieza, por ejemplo.
Nos permite crear realmente una marca que habla. Te está proponiendo cosas por ella misma.
Bien, usamos la Persu. La Persu Monovolt la utilizamos más para el logo y las partes más display, y nos permiten utilizar y hacer como un bloque, ¿no?, más contundente, mientras la Persu en regular, bueno, en caja baja la utilizamos más pues, para cuerpos de texto y elementos destacados, pero no a la misma jerarquía que la Volt en caja alta. Aquí tenemos una pieza del sistema. Igual esta sería una de las piezas más minimalistas que tenemos, pero vemos que también funciona en horizontal y bueno, simplemente pues, continuando con la idea del bocata y contrastar el contenido del nombre y el baseline. Aquí tenemos otra aplicación que sería una libreta.
Lo que queremos básicamente es que te plantees qué pasaría si pasasen estas cosas. Entonces tenemos distintas propuestas de discurso, siempre con un tono también un poco también gamberro, un poquito gamberro y cercano.
En nuestra señalética, en ese ánimo de apelar a nuestros alumnos, pues nuestra señalética al pasar por delante reacciona y te propone cosas. Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos un ejemplo en que si pasáramos por delante, la señalética pues, nos propondría un what if. Pueden ser desde what if más significativos hasta what if pues, un poco más juguetones, ¿no? Realmente queremos que la gente se plantee, que piense, pero también queremos que tomen perspectivas diferentes. Simplemente.
En el caso del interior del edificio, en la señalética, nos permitimos cambiar el baseline, ya que como estás dentro de Self Orientation School, permitimos usar el baseline para para reforzar el mensaje que estamos dando.
Bien, y también queremos reforzar realmente la idea de que puedes ser lo que quieras y que no te centres en un patrón, ¿no? O sea, realmente salgas del molde y, por ejemplo, pues si quieres ser un centauro, pues que lo seas.
Seguimos un poco esta línea en el packaging. Uy, se ha distorsionado.
Que desde que hemos puesto empezar están todas distorsionadas y da igual, si no era creo correcto.
¿Puedo ponerlo bien? Bien, como os comentaba, el packaging es un poco un juego.
A lo mejor, ¿no? Sí, sí.
Bueno. El packaging es un poco un juego. Queremos seguir esta idea de puede ser lo que tú quieras, pero lo tienes que descubrir por ti mismo, porque es como te va a valer. Entonces, es un juego ya que parece una medicina. Te estamos vendiendo una medicina para curarte de la situación en la que te encuentras, que estás perdido y no sabes qué hacer, tienes una crisis, tienes miedo de lo desconocido. Y realmente lo que queremos decir es que sí, tienes una ayuda, pero cuando la abres resulta que es un consejo y no es una medicina real, es como un efecto placebo que deberías sacarte tú las castañas del fuego, tienes que hacerlo por ti mismo y probando por ti mismo.
Cada medicina además se basa en las propiedades del fruto seco que contiene. y en realidad se hace el juego, cada una, pues, por ejemplo, ayuda a la ansiedad, da energía, ¿no? Y se hace este juego de, pues, ¿qué pasa si tengo una crisis existencial? Pues este fruto seco me va a dar la tranquilidad para continuar. Pero en todo caso, el trabajo lo voy a tener que hacer yo, ¿no? Nadie me va a dar un consejo, me va a solucionar la vida, nadie me va a decir dónde tengo que ir, sino lo voy a tener que siempre que trabajar y encontrar yo, que ese es un poco el mensaje que queremos dar, ¿no? Aquí, los valores que tenemos.
Y bueno, en el caso del packaging, pues lo hemos termoconformado nosotros y ha sido mucho trabajo, pero ha quedado muy bien. Bien.
Bien, nuestra comunicación además nos sirve para posicionar el centro, ya que estamos en un contexto que tomarse tiempo para pensar es visto casi como ser un gandul, ¿no? O sea, estamos en una sociedad en que rápidamente se nos empuja a llegar al mercado laboral y el parar y pararse a pensar qué quiero ser y tomarse un tiempo es casi visto pues, mal, ¿no? Entonces, nuestro centro propone esto y tenemos la necesidad de defender y posicionarnos, ¿no? Dentro de este contexto. Para hacerlo tenemos dos canales y primero utilizamos una publicación que tiene un tono más íntimo y trata un poco esa presión social que tienes, ¿no? De querer explorar, de querer parar, de querer pensar, ¿no? De querer hacer algo que igual dicen que igual no conseguirás un buen trabajo o no es el camino ideal. Entonces, en esta publicación se presentan todo de historias, anécdotas y realmente hay caminos personales que han pasado gente antes, ¿no? Y ha luchado para llegar al sitio donde ellos querían o sentían que tenían que ir, no el que les decían.
El tratamiento gráfico que le damos a la revista es basado en que, como si la propia revista fuese el interior de un what if, y entonces nos tomamos la libertad esta de usar los garabatos, por eso también se llama garabatos, para acercarla creemos que es como la idea más básica, la forma más básica de acercar una idea a una persona es hacerle un pequeño garabato. Entonces, bueno, estas son unas ideas de portadas.
Son what if un poco que van en contra un poco de lo que te dice la sociedad y por lo tanto hemos visto la traducción gráfica, ¿no? Pues como un garabato, ¿no? Un what if que es un poco crítico, que tacha, modifica, interviene y por eso hemos elegido este recurso dentro de este what if.
Se trata de una revista mensual y la portada siempre es el protagonista de la historia central. En el centro de la revista tenemos una parte más narrativa que es del protagonista y bueno, como estáis viendo vosotros, la revista está completamente invadida por garabatos, ilustraciones, que algunos son de ilustradores y otros, la mayoría son nuestros. Un poco un ejemplo de... Esta es la parte central a modo de libro, se ve el contraste con lo anterior.
El papel también cambia y recuerda más a un libro, porque queremos que sea la parte más narrativa, más cercana.
Y básicamente tratamos esta idea del gap year de una forma más cercana y aceptada en España, digamos.
Bien. Y la otra parte que tenemos para posicionarnos no tiene un tono tan íntimo, sino tiene un tono más reivindicativo. Y lo que queremos es reivindicar la idea que tenemos de profesión, ¿no? ¿Qué es para la sociedad una buena profesión? ¿Qué entiende simplemente para profesión? Porque igual lo relacionamos mucho con el mercado laboral, incluso no tiene por qué ser, una profesión no tiene por qué darte un beneficio económico, igual puede ser igual de buena. Y es la idea que tenemos en digital, ¿no? Utilizamos el medio digital para compartir lo que gente dice que piensa que es su profesión. Entonces hemos creado un diccionario que la gente puede compartir, que es para ella su profesión y que otra gente pues, realmente pues, lo pueda leer y pueda informarse. Además tenemos la parte corporativa de la escuela y también la parte de actividades, ¿no? Todas esas actividades que los alumnos realizan para orientarse, pues para ver, para sentir qué es lo que sienten realizando una actividad y ver si realmente les gusta o no. Y bueno, aquí tenemos un módulo que anuncia más la web, hay la revista, las publicaciones. Estaríamos ahora mismo en la parte... Entonces, el menú de navegación también se basa en los what if, que lo utilizamos pues también como primer nivel de navegación, pero que te propone cosas, te propone sitios donde ir dentro de la web. Cada sección además se determina por un color diferente. Aquí tenemos la parte más de reservar actividades, la parte de filtros. Vemos todas las actividades que se realizan para orientarte, que son desde charlas, workshops y clases. Y bueno, aquí tenemos más la parte de contacto y aplicar, porque al final es una escuela, o simplemente pues pedir información.
Vamos al diccionario y vamos a leer sobre el proyecto, y aquí donde tenemos pues profesiones existentes, profesiones emergentes y profesiones que se están extinguiendo, y creemos que es una forma muy interesante de aportar valor a nuestra plataforma digital, ya que crearemos una comunidad alrededor del diccionario y podemos atraer a gente al centro a través de esto.
Y bueno, también
es versión responsive. Pero igual se nos hace muy largo verlo entero.
Sí,
pero
bueno,
básicamente adaptamos todos los módulos.
Y comentar que la navegación, parte de la navegación del primer nivel pues pasa abajo.
Sí, sería interesante que vieseis el menú.
Sí, bueno, vemos.
Básicamente el menú se abre a pantalla completa y ahí es donde nos permite más acceso a todo.
Exacto.
Ahí abrimos el what if a pantalla completa, y aquí en vez de ir a cada sección de la web, te vas solo de cada parte de la web, te vas solo a la sección el what if, porque si no era muy confuso. Y bueno, ya que estamos queriendo comunicar todo hacia afuera, en la parte exterior del edificio también proponemos un mapping que está en movimiento y nos permite también enviar un mensaje más a los viandantes de noche. Y bueno, eso es todo. Y si tenéis algunas preguntas, muchas gracias.
¿Quién nos ayuda con los textos en inglés?
Bueno. Sí.
Lo único es que nos lo he escrito todos en el pasado.
Sí.
Y
porque
what if lo que tienen es una propuesta como asertiva de qué pasa ahora, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa si me hubiera tal, si no? ¿Qué pasa si tengo una crisis existencial? ¿Qué pasa si algo? Entonces ¿qué pasa si chequeo este curso de ilustración? Pero lo has escrito todo en el pasado. O sea, es condicional. O condicional o presente al menos, pero pasado no.
Solo una cosa, o sea, felicidades, gracias por la presentación. Yo creo que más allá de esta súper inventiva de inventarse de universidades y museos que claramente veríamos alguna vez en nuestra vida, creo que el vuestro dota de un realismo que agradezco un poco, la verdad. Y bueno, Marc decía esto de los copies, me parece que los copies están francamente bien, o sea, creo que habéis diagramado lo que es la información de una forma muy racional. Y creo que habéis hecho un trabajo interior, de búsqueda interior y de entendimiento de con qué materias estás trabajando, que se nota, más allá de ya el concepto gráfico y todo. En el tema de la revista, yo os puedo decir que sé que habéis trabajado, habéis puesto mucho esfuerzo para el tema manual, de ilustración, pero os ha faltado tiempo. Y lo del tiempo sí que sois conscientes que ha sido una cosa que os ha costado tomar decisiones, y eso a veces en la vida es necesario, esa agilidad.
Sí.
Pero por el resto, no lo es. Pero por eso
Está
no
bien.
vale, hay que empezar más cosas.
Sí.
Yo quería decir, a nivel gráfico, yo lo veo bien, a mí en general, enhorabuena, el proyecto está bien, la actitud está bien. Lo que pasa que a mí se me hace al final un poco repetitivo el what if, o sea, constantemente el what if, algo que se supone que tiene que ser abierto y que tiene que pasar muchas cosas, al final acaba siendo un poco repetitivo, creo yo, y no sé de qué manera eso se podría solucionar, pero creo que se debería solucionar. Luego otra cosa, no habéis enseñado el edificio. O sea, el edificio, ¿no? O sea, esto yo creo que en todos los proyectos se tiene que enseñar el edificio. ¿Qué edificio era? Lo hemos visto,
Es el edificio de cristalerías Planey en Scott.
Claro, es un centro cívico. Sí.
Para comentar un poco lo que comentaba Rosetta, o sea, a mí me parece interesante cómo el contenido forma parte de la identidad y lo habéis puesto como protagonista todo el rato, lo cual es muy interesante, y también esta parte de que el naming, que es un call to action, también creo que le da mucho juego a todo. No sé si están de acuerdo con esto de que lo acaba encasillando, porque al final puedes encontrar muchos recursos para ir metiendo dentro de ese bocadillo, ¿no? Y luego una única cosa así a nivel de lo digital, que habéis hecho un gran trabajo, quizás lo más importante o una de las cosas más importantes que teníamos en la estrategia digital era la parte del diccionario, y habéis presentado muchas cosas. Hay que pensar también a nivel estratégico y dar más fuerte con el valor que tenéis ahí y qué aporta a todo el conjunto, y no tanto las funcionalidades básicas que todos en principio damos por supuesto, o cuando presentéis a un cliente, que van a estar bien, porque si no, vámonos. Bueno, por lo demás, la verdad es que felicidades también, lo mismo que se comentaba por aquí, muy buena actitud durante todo el proceso, y habéis ido dando pasos hacia arriba y poniendo en duda muchas cosas, pero al final el resultado yo creo que vale mucho la pena.
Quería añadir eso, aparte del comentario inicial, que realmente os ha costado llegar, pero dando muchas vueltas, pero una vez que llegaste habéis sido muy currantes, en eso, digamos, da gusto de poder evolucionar así, y se nota. Creo que también lo que es interesante es que creo que, y que es uno de los objetivos del curso, que más o menos habéis sabido encontrar una idea feliz en cada uno de los, ¿no? Con más o menos dificultad, como comentaba Pep con la revista y tal, pero bueno, hay una idea en señalización, hay una idea en la web, pero el tema es que luego es eso, que en la explicación no tenéis, pasa un poquito como en el equipo de antes, os tenéis que centrar en explicar las ideas y no ser tan descriptivos en detalles que no son tan relevantes, y centraros más donde está la chicha de cada una de las cosas que habéis hecho.
Yo creo que habéis dicho todo lo que... Felicidades por todo lo que...
Gracias. Voy a dejar esto.
Hello. Sí. Hablo. Vale. Ya está. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Zhang o Jacqueline y soy de China.
Yo soy María y soy de Barcelona. Ambas, inquietas, hemos vivido en continentes diferentes y con el día a día nos dimos cuenta que nuestras vidas iban muy deprisa. Al final, la industria es buena para el desarrollo, pero también crea estandarización.
Bueno, nuestro alrededor está repleto de estos objetos como este vaso y además se fabrica este paso detrás del otro, siendo exactamente todos iguales en nuestras tiendas, en nuestras casas, en nuestras ciudades. Entonces, ¿dónde quedan los procesos humanos, la singularidad y la huella personal entre tanta estandarización? En la artesanía, donde los tiempos no son industriales y los procesos son manuales.
Por eso os queremos presentar a Blanc. Es un espacio que funciona como museo-taller, donde las personas pueden desconectar de tanta industria que tenemos a todo nuestro alrededor y acercarse un poco más a la artesanía. El espacio funciona como un ciclo, donde los artesanos que exponen en el museo son los mismos que imparten los talleres. Y Blanc se encuentra en el centro y funciona como un ciclo.
Y el espacio está organizado anualmente por 4 temporadas y cada una de ellas dedicada a un material distinto, con duración de 3 meses. Por ejemplo, en el año que viene, desde enero hasta marzo, es la temporada de papel, y de abril a junio es de madera, y de julio a septiembre es de textil, y de octubre a diciembre es de cerámica.
Por lo cual, Blanc usa la artesanía como una herramienta, los materiales como soportes, y las texturas fueron la inspiración para toda la comunicación. Se crearon unos sellos. Se crearon los sellos en línea y con textura. Como son 4 temporadas, elegimos 4 formas que salen del círculo, así pueden combinarse fácilmente entre ellas. Como tipografía, como esa simbología es muy protagonista, queríamos usar una tipografía más neutra y usamos la Avenir Next, que nos inspiraba esta delicadeza, y usaremos el logo con la Ultralight y la baseline funcionará con la regular, como podemos observar aquí. El logo siempre funciona en la parte superior y el baseline en la inferior, dejando un espacio en blanco como símbolo de vacío para que las formas intervengan y se desarrollen.
Y como el blanco funciona como el color principal, los colores usados han sido de baja luminosidad y variantes de colores. Y por ejemplo, para los pósteres de exhibiciones se usan las formas con fotografía de color natural de las obras, y estos son más opciones de exhibiciones. Y estas son tickets de exhibiciones. Y para workshop se usan formas texturadas con líneas, y es tickets de workshop. Y para el workshop abierto se usan formas en patterns, creando espacios blancos. Y esta es una tarjeta de visita con tipografía en texturas de un material, y estas son tarjetas comerciales. Hay una forma encima y las informaciones a la izquierda. Y es un sobre de envío. Y es una carta, también el logo, las informaciones y baseline siempre a la izquierda y deja mucho espacio. Y estas son ejemplos para la pagaín de la tienda en patterns. Y estas son bolsas que usan una forma que ocupa todo el espacio.
Aquí es donde empieza la experiencia artesanal. Esta es una toma del edificio del exterior. Como señalización usamos un sistema tubular de hierro negro, creando sombras entre la estructura y lo que viene siendo la señal. El interior es absolutamente blanco como símbolo de vacío, muy luminoso y muy amplio, para que pueda haber un trabajo pues, con muchas personas, ¿no? Al final. Cuando una vez has entrado, has pasado por un filtro de reflexión en la entrada, encuentras un mapa que te sitúa cada parte, ¿no? Tenemos la parte interior, donde hay exhibiciones, workshops y la sala polivalente, juntamente con el estudio abierto, y la parte exterior, que hay un café y una tienda. Para esta parte usamos un video motion para destacar, ¿no? Al final las 2 partes más importantes del espacio, la exhibición y los workshops, que se van moviendo con diferentes texturas de lo que se viene a trabajar. Este es un ejemplo de una de las salas. La parte de la entrada juega con el espacio y con el vacío, creando esta sensación, y la parte más de información de la obra es más movible para que el mismo visitante pueda moverlo a su gusto. Aquí tenemos un ejemplo de las señales para el patio y para los workshops. Ya en el menú te incluye, perdón, en la señal ya te incluye el menú para que tú puedas ir chequeando, ir viendo qué tenemos, ¿no? Aquí tengo el menú por si lo queréis ver. Siempre interactuando con la gente. Esta sería una toma del café, siempre con el sistema tubular. Las temporadas hacen que cada parte del museo cambie según el material. Aquí es un ejemplo de menús en la temporada de textil y el menú en la parte de la temporada de madera. Un ejemplo de la vajilla de blanc, café, y los vasos para llevar. Siempre el espacio en blanco está ocupado por una forma. Y en la tienda Blanc puedes encontrar tanto materiales nuevos como reciclados, puedes encontrar objetos artesanales y herramientas para cada una de las temporadas. Y además vendemos unas cajas por temporada donde adentro vas a encontrar las herramientas necesarias para trabajar ese material en concreto. Nos gustaba la idea del vacío en la caja, entonces usamos con láser, creamos las formas vacías para colocar las herramientas. Además te viene un librito conceptual con diferentes textos de diferentes personas, escritores, artistas para poderte inspirar y trabajar. El packaging de cada caja va cambiando dependiendo de la temporada, sea cerámica, madera, textil o papel. Y hemos recreado estas tintas también con láser.
Y en ciertos puntos del Museo Blanc se encuentran las revistas colgantes donde los visitantes pueden leer y si les interesan pueden comprarla en la tienda de Blanc. Y la revista de Blanc se llama Sites. Está hecha artesanalmente, paso a paso. Y cada temporada tiene una revista, trata de un material y desde diferentes puntos de vista de diferentes países y de ahí sale su nombre. Y para las portadas de la revista se usan las formas con fotografías. Y en el interior se usan dos tipografías, Avenir Next de la Identidad y Suisse, para acompañar a Avenir con un tono más tradicional. Y en la primera temporada es de papel, entonces aquí hay 3 países donde este material es muy especial desde sus orígenes. Por ejemplo, Japón, Inglaterra y China. Y cada parte tiene un librito adicional con un material distinto y hay informaciones adicionales. Y para las páginas interiores se usan fotografías de texturas de los objetos o con detalles muy delicados.
Si queréis comprar tickets online o simplemente informaros de qué tipo de workshops tenemos y qué exposiciones, podéis entrar desde cualquier plataforma a la página web. Esta web básicamente te indica en qué temporada te encuentras, después tienes una introducción de los workshops que tienes en la actualidad con las exhibiciones y las herramientas para cada uno de ellos, para poder adquirirlos en la tienda. Una vez entras, puedes informarte un poquito sobre Blanc, un poquito con el concepto. En la parte de exhibiciones, principalmente te indica las que hay en la actualidad, pero puedes filtrar por las pasadas, si te interesa, o las futuras. Lo mismo pasa con los workshops, te indica los artistas que están dando clases, cuándo las van a dar y puedes filtrar por tiempo también. Además, tenemos la tienda online, donde se vende lo mismo que en la tienda Blanc, pero te llega a tu casa, así que puedes elegir por temporadas las herramientas, puedes elegir todo tipo de materiales y además puedes crear también tus propios estampados. Y en la parte de reciclar puedes descargarte la aplicación online que explicaremos a continuación, que es para reciclar. Y tenemos toda una sección de eventos, ya que el museo tiene una sala polivalente donde se hacen charlas, se hacen conferencias, se hacen diferentes eventos, así que también todo lo puedes reservar a partir de la página web.
Y Planck ha creado una aplicación, se trata del reciclaje, para dar una vida nueva a los materiales. Y en la aplicación, al principio hay informaciones de Planck y conceptos, y después de entrar hay 4 partes. En la primera parte puedes subir las fotos de tus materiales, así Planck puede saber las características básicas de su material. Y en la segunda parte puedes seguir los pasos de transformación de tus materiales. Y la tercera parte es una tienda online. Puedes comprar diferentes tipos de materiales o objetos de artesanía. Y hay informaciones de los objetos, productos, como tamaños, materiales, precios. También puedes añadir a tu bolsa para pagar.
Como bien dije antes, ahora lo voy a explicar un poquito más. El espacio tiene una sala de reflexión como filtro antes de entrar en el museo y lo mismo en la parte de la salida. Este video motion está recreado para estas 2 salas. Para este motion se necesitaron 300 movimientos, 400 texturas para mostrar un proceso de transformación. Entonces, la artesanía no es estandarizada y las personas tampoco. Muchas gracias.
Un breve comentario como persona que no he estado presente en este proyecto. Hay una cosa que me gusta, pero que me gustaría haber visto más, que es el uso de la textura. Es algo en lo que creo que habéis sido bastante valientes en aplicarlo en determinadas aplicaciones de vuestra entidad, habéis hecho los sellos y me gusta el hecho de que no toda la textura corresponde al hecho de que es un material que es textural, sino que la técnica genera textura, ¿no? Pues esto es algo en lo que considero que cuando hemos empezado a ver imágenes del espacio, la hostia, igual sería guay que ya no hablo de las imágenes, sino todo el espacio estuviera tratado con mucho esmero con este tema, ¿no? El intentar encontrar una especie de, no sé, de cosa muy sensorial, que tengáis un espacio en el que
pieza solo tiene 2 pesos de una tipografía, el espaciado, la interlínea, cobran una importancia, si ya la tienen normalmente, en estos casos aún más. Y ahí a este proyecto le falta un punto de intencionalidad en el tratamiento tipográfico, ¿no? En las proporciones y en los espaciados. Porque son cosas que en otro proyecto, en las piezas más plásticas, en las que hay más aplicativos formales, desaparece más. Pero en aquellas piezas que son solo el blanc y la otra tipo secundaria abajo, esa proporción a veces chirría y cuando eso lo es todo, el proyecto se queda corto. No sé si se entiende lo que es.
Creo que eso lo hemos dicho bastante del curso, pero no ha sido cabezotas de seguir por ahí.
Creo que ha habido muy buena actitud durante todo el proceso y estoy también lo que dice Pablo. Yo creo que para apuntalar algo y mejorar en lo sucesivo, creo que el esforzarse o intentar aprender un poco más a nivel de tipografía creo que puede aportar mucho al global, porque hay ideas, hay mucha actitud y entonces el skill técnico, como dice Pablo, a nivel de tipo quizás es uno de los peros en el global, ¿no? Que desde el principio lo hemos sufrido tanto en el digital como en otros territorios y bueno, al final hay un buen resultado de fondo con algunas piezas que destacan sobre otras, o sea que felicidades también por el esfuerzo y seguro que os lleva aquí muy buena.
Yo creo que el mismo esmero y el mismo cuidado que habéis tenido, o la misma sensibilidad que habéis tenido en buscar materiales, en mirar cómo tratarlos y incluso en los papeles de la revista, ¿no? Pues la misma sensibilidad que hay ahí, pues si estuviera en la tipografía, pues sería perfecto.
Yo creo que ahí es, o sea, uno deciros que habéis trabajado mucho durante el curso y eso se agradece, pero también, no sé si los demás opinan lo mismo, fuisteis de las primeras que ya llegasteis a algo donde más o menos luego no se ha movido mucho. Entonces ahí yo creo que es de cara al futuro, creo que es un poco la recomendación, es que sigas muy rápido a la idea, después lo compensas con que la ejecución está súper cuidada. O si llegas muy rápido a la idea, también te da tiempo de poner en cuestión esa idea. Y creo que de cara al futuro eso es un poco como podéis abordar el proyecto, en el sentido de que le dediquéis todo el detalle, como decía Pablo, el refinamiento, todo lo que necesite cada cosa. Entonces en vuestro caso es curioso, porque hay otros que han tardado mucho más en llegar, ¿no? Y en vuestro caso pasó, creo que bastante al inicio, tenéis claro, pero ahí es algo que también todos tenemos que aprender, pero que vosotros que sois más jóvenes, finalmente la idea, no sé qué dirán los demás, pero las ideas no tienen demasiado valor. Finalmente es cómo las ejecutas y en qué las conviertes y en qué vale. O sea, la idea finalmente es bastante gratis, ¿no? Entonces, lo que cuesta, lo que acaba valiendo es cómo la llevas a cabo. Entonces ahí en vuestro caso era algo que además en el tema que os habéis metido pues es primordial cómo la tratabais de manera sensible hasta el más mínimo detalle.
Quiero hacer un inciso. O sea, yo creo que evidentemente habéis empezado muy pronto con la idea, pero no la habéis explorado mucho. Esto pasó también con el tema de las texturas. Habéis empezado muy pronto con las texturas, pero tampoco lo habéis evolucionado. Habéis ido como abriendo vías y creo que mi sensación ha sido una falta de diálogo entre vosotras dos. Una falta de compenetración y quizá de explorar mediante la conversación, no el trabajo ejecutivo, sino mediante, creo, de la compenetración de dos mentes. Al final habéis hecho un esfuerzo que os agradezco, de verdad, porque os habéis esforzado mucho, habéis trabajado al final mucho, pero es que me ha dado la sensación de que la parte troncal del curso, en todo el centro, no hemos evolucionado. Íbamos para adelante, para atrás, y me sabe mal porque creo que podría haber tardado mucho más así.
Sí, hubo ahí al principio un poco de...
Al final os digo que habéis hecho un esfuerzo, lo valoro y creo que todos ustedes están de acuerdo, que no es una falta de capacidad, quizás es una falta de entendimiento o una falta de diálogo. No sé.
Ya se ha dicho todo, ¿eh? Pero simplemente y es verdad que hay inconsistencias además, sobre todo los tipográficos, evidentemente, pero lo sabéis. Aún ya seguir. Creo que vale la pena recordar que en mayo estábamos con una
sí, lo sé, lo viví. Lo viví.
No sería esta conversación, pero bueno, hay rectificado y eso es.
Sí, sí, no. Trabajar juntas con ordenador. No por separado. Casi.
Hello? Yes. Hi everyone, I'm Dani. And today we're going to present you our project, how we did it, and most importantly, why we did it. The world is changing. You probably hear this phrase all the time. Even today we heard it so many times. But today we're going to show you how the world is changing using just science, because it's the most widely known language out there. Think about how our views on disability is changing. The accessibility icon, as you know it, and you can see here overdrawn on top a new version of it. So a group of people came together back in 2012 and tried to reinvent it to show a lot of movement in it. Well, an attempt to show that our society's views on accessibility are changing. We're trying to create a world more open for everyone, where everyone is accepted. Our views on gender are changing. We don't care. You can see more of these signs around the world, and it shows how our society is progressing to be more open-minded, and our attitudes towards gender are changing as well. And that's a very powerful way to say it to a very big audience. And then you have this sign, and you look at it, and what's wrong with this one? I've seen it so many times before. Actually, a lot of people are bothered by this, because the family roles are changing. So why is it a woman taking care of the baby? Why is there a man? Signs are very powerful. They can change everything. They can signal change to a very big audience around the world. It is truly a global language. And that is why we created the Museum of Science and Symbols. We are an institution that brings under the same roof all the signs and symbols in the world, old and new. Break geographical boundaries, and we connect cultures. We truly believe in this power of the one global language in a world where we are ever more separated, there's individualism happening. We believe that you can bring people closer together, anytime, anywhere. And we are located in Barcelona, on La Rambla, which is one of the most culturally diverse places where you can see people from all over the world passing by every day.
We have three main values that stays at the foundation of everything we do. First, we are global. We bring signs and symbols from all around the world. Second, we are diverse. In our museum, you can find symbols from different cultures and different times. Third, we are informative. Our main purpose is to inform people about the meanings of the symbols and how they evolve in time. So our name is Vault because a vault is a place where valuable things are kept. So in our case, we believe that the meanings of the symbols are the valuable things that we are revealing in our museum. And we chose that we have this typographic solution for the logo because we don't want to add a mark on the existing symbol system, and we don't want it to focus on the symbols that we are exhibiting in our museum. So as for the colors, again for the same reason, we have a simple color scheme, which we have black and white and the grays. But when we talk about our exhibitions or when we are having posters about them, we are adding colors of the symbols. As for our typeface, we chose America because GT America is one of the most versatile typefaces that's out there, and it has over 80 styles, so that we can adapt the type style to the content that we want to convey. So here you can see we have a graphic solution where we have the lines as information containers. We have the message we want to convey, and we have this interplay between letters and the symbols. As you can see, we use the logo in a negative, and it doesn't have a static place where it's flexible within the lines. And it's always black and white when it's about our museum. And we have this informative yet playful graphic solution throughout our applications. Here you can see the notebooks, posters and tickets, coffee cup, brochures, and flyers about workshops and the shop.
That's when it comes to talking about our museum. But our museum serves more like a canvas because our focus is actually the content and the symbols that we're exhibiting. For us, content is king, and that's why our identity will adapt to each exhibition. And we do that, as we mentioned before, through our typeface, GT America, and changing styles. So here you can see different examples. There are no strict rules as to how we choose the typeface depending on the symbol, but it's more on within the line of the content and the look. These would be promotional posters for different exhibitions. We do it on white or on black, or sometimes we combine. And here you can actually see how the lines are not for aesthetic purposes. They have functional purpose all the time. They help us separate and split the content. And this is another application where we sometimes invert the lines depending on the format of the application.
Since we are, one of the main purposes is to be informative, we created this contemporary visual culture magazine called Vault. As you can see, we always play with the line in our covers, and we always have the specific type style for each article. This is the issue you can find in front of you. This is the first issue, where in the back cover we highlight upcoming exhibitions and workshops. In terms of content, we go in deep about how science change in culture, and how in different mediums, different science create a better, give a stronger message throughout the science.
So we look specifically at art, music, photography, and we talk about in-depth analysis, how people use signs and symbols to create more impact in their communication.
So here you can see lines is playful. And there we have this symbol glossary, where you can find the meanings of the science that we were covering in our articles. Again, the interplay between letters and symbols depending on the article.
And when it came to the online space, someone wanted to be present. Through a lot of research, we identified a problem, and that is information about signs and symbols at the moment is very dispersed. It's all around, and actually the most accurate content you can find in books. So what we wanted to do is to create an online space, which would be the one source of truth, a website and a forum where people can go and find information about semiotics and everything related to this field, as well as learn more about our museum. And here you can see the design solution we opted for. We wanted to break a few rules in the online space that is using different type style. Usually is kind of a challenge, but we wanted to maintain our visual system. We also use a line to prioritize content, so exhibitions is full, and then we split it for workshops. People can learn more about upcoming exhibitions. They can also visit the shop. We have both an online and offline shop at the museum. And here they can find really unique pieces, such as these posters, books on glyphs. So it's all in the field of semiotics and symbology. Of course, they can plan their visit at the museum. And here we highlight what's happening tomorrow to show that we're always up to date. But also, probably the most kind of different thing about our website is that, again, we went against conventions in the online space, and we didn't choose an icon set. They're always changing. There's not a single icon for guiding people through the website that is repeating itself. Yet it makes a clear and pleasant user experience for everyone who's visiting it. In terms of our forum, it goes into negative to differentiate from our main website. And the objective with the forum is, because the visual language is always changing, we wanted to create a space where people can come together and share the meanings of symbols across cultures. We wanted to open a conversation, and we always encourage people to sign up, become a member, so we can form a stronger and bigger community of semioticians and people who are interested in this field. In terms of our mobile solution, we wanted to make it very easy to navigate, very easy to book tickets, so it's very user-friendly for the people who are visiting it. We have at the top the menu that allows people to visit the shop, again, for purchasing stuff, and to find any symbols or any relevant information about it.
World Museum is a place that celebrates signs from different countries and times. So then we said, let's break the rules in our signage system and try combining and stealing signs from different times and different styles, from different materials. We are inspired by this image because now here we see they all look different, but at the same time, they all look very good and creates a really good combination. So we created these from different materials, but we always kept the lines for people to be able to differentiate the signs we exhibit from the signage system. So here you can see gift shop, main hall. So when you come to our gift shop, you're going to find the oldest signs ever created, as old as Ice Age Europe. So we looked at them, we found them, and then we said, let's create a way for people to use them today. So we created this stencil kit where the packaging is the product itself. So you can see how it works here. So the good thing about it is that everyone will end up with a unique packaging depending on the color they choose, depending on the stencil they choose, and they are going to create their products. They can use them on the furniture. They can use them on T-shirts, as you can see in our T-shirts that we tried. So it's up to people, and it's an open way for people to enjoy this.
Of course, that's kind of what the experience is when you're at the museum, but we also wanted to promote it, and we were thinking about being in the online space even more beyond the website. And here we question ourselves about the new age communication, and we chose as a medium Instagram. So we all know Instagram is highly visual, and yes, we are very informative in how we communicate. There's always a lot of content, but here we decided to change things a little bit.
One thing that I realized that I felt and when seeing the whole system is that there's one thing that I missed a little bit is a certain sense of very distinct flavor. I mean, even within the bounds of the possibility of using different sizes and weights and widths of type, the only thing that I missed is a sense of flavor, because when you were showing the first posters, the first application, they all use like regular or light typography with symbols intertwined with the text. The messages were rather light and funny and so on. So that has a tone, a light-hearted tone, that then is not really present everywhere. That's just for an example. That is the only thing that I think could be further pointed. Could be worked a little bit more on. I mean, without losing the flexibility and the chance to do many different things, to always be able to project certain type of emotion. Especially considering that you're working with very diverse visual material. Considering that changes all the time, be able of always having the same sort of feelings.
I gotta say that perhaps also the Instagram videos that you were more appealing to the use of like because more marketing mass and what I really think is not so maybe fortunate is when you look at the system photography that has so much different ways comes to the site and the position of where you're using it. For example, in the website, looks where in the poster one, the first application was clear. Maybe sometimes it's able to work with the system such that they get navigate that you want to know where to stop and where to start. When it's working for poster, when it's working for type for this, for the website. For me it was a little bit chaotic at that point.
Since I saw your presentation for the keynote class, I think that the change in the progression in the presentation is very good. I think that it improved a lot. The introduction today was very clear about how it's pertinent to treat the subject today. Finally, since I saw you more or less all around the year, and also I think that it's not that it was super early, but it was that things were clear more or less at the right time. And when I see now the final results, I see, I understand a little bit what Paul is missing is to have more weight of the images and the system. The system, I think that you work a lot in the system, you make it working all around and having even surprises like in signage, so I think that it is very interesting. But then the next step, if you would consider a next step in your project, I think it will be that it's like pushing each individual application to show that they have their own personality beyond the system.
There's a very interesting blend between practical information and application materials with the system. The application is pretty the end, we could agree that this looks also like a real project. And those could be 12 items for practical materials. And maybe we could add a comment if trying to go deeper on what Marcos said. And I remember when Florendo did his calculation with like a volume map. It grew from
With F and
0
F.
to 10, so all symbols or all information as a designer, I'm tempted to go. As much as I'm not against what you did. But it just strikes me that nobody went to actually design a symbol in any of the projects. Which is just maybe a coincidence.
No, in the first part, you're right.
And find all the signs. We need content. We have a logo exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Really hard presentation. Have to forget exercise to prepare for the exhibition. Don't disappear.
encendidas, como siempre. Cambio de pilas también.